Okay. Kjære alle sammen. Dear everyone, welcome. This is fabulous to see you here, and we know that some more people will arrive. And welcome to all of you follow the streaming. It's a pleasure to welcome you to the Center for Studies of Holocaust and Minority Studies. I think this should work. The picture, beautiful picture of the building. Here it is. Guri Hjeltnes is my name. I'm a director here, and some of you actually know this center fairly well. Someone has not been here before, and we are really proud that the Network for Nordic Fascism Studies, led by Nicola Katra and Terje Embeland on the practical side here from our center, wanted to be here, have the venue here today, and the program will be presented. So this is actually just a welcome for you. This is a 100 years old building, this Holocaust Center. We have been here since 2005, and we're doing research on a broad mandate. Actually, it's two main fields: Holocaust and other genocide on one side, and minorities, both religious and secular, on the other side. But within those two main fields, this center, over existence of more than 20 years, actually has developed research within anti-Semitism, extremism, conspiracy theories, racism, human rights, and also then fascism. So we have a very active education department. We have visitors from school classes, but also from university colleges and universities, and also from the general public. And we have also a documentation department. We have a very good library, academic library on our topics, which I really recommend. And we also have actually, after the pandemic, we don't know what is normal, but we have an explosion of visitors last year, approximately 50,000, and we had last year actually 15,000 school pupils. And we think the new normal would maybe be 12,000 school pupils, and then we add in some 1,200 university students. And this building is actually enhanced by 2 world wars, built by a Norwegian industrialist in 1917, and it was during the Second World War, the residence of Vidkun Quisling, the Nazi leader. But after the war, this building was absolutely denazified. It's been a health institution for more than 30 years, and it was available in the 1980s by a long history of the restitution process, which I will not tell you, but we've been here, and we're really proud to host a conference like this. We do conferences a lot, led by the research department, education department, and you're very most welcome to see our exhibition. We have a permanent Holocaust exhibition underneath, and we opened a new building a couple of years ago. We have a good exhibition on everyday racism. I really recommend. And around you, I would just recommend that you, when you have a break, have a look on the walls. In this next adjunct room, the music room, there is also an exhibition. This is called Unfinished Lives. We opened that last October, 80 years after the deportation of the Norwegian Jews. The exhibition is multimedia. Quite behind, you can look in to read about Victor Ullmann, who actually wrote an opera that was never actually played in Theresienstadt concentration camp. And you can read about all these artists' unfinished lives. The exhibition was made by Bente Kahn Foundation in Wrocław, Poland, and the Holocaust Center and the Jewish Museum in Oslo actually added some new Norwegian. So please have a look at that while you're here. But so far, welcome. Have a good conference.
Er den slått på? Yeah, okay. Welcome. We are very happy to have so many people here today. We are actually also very happy to be here ourselves and being invited to the Holocaust Center to have this conference on Nordic fascism. And we would like to start to say a bit about the Network for Nordic Fascism Studies, introduce ourselves. We were established in 2018, early 2018. 6 researchers, 2 from Sweden, 2 from Denmark, no, sorry, 2 from Finland, 2 from Norway. And our idea was to do transnational research on fascism together, because we all realized that there'd been a lot of research with national perspectives based on national geographies, and we saw that we need a joint approach to not only do source studies, but also to connect our research to each other. My name is Nicola Kaja. I'm an associate professor at the Oslo University College, but have been researcher at the Holocaust Center for several years before that. I do most research on historical far-right networks and ideology, and I have with me Ola Sivinoin from the University of Helsinki, who is a researcher on fascism and the Holocaust. He's actually the #1 researcher on the Holocaust in Finland. And we two have been coordinating this network for a few years now. So if you have any practical questions, it will also be us to ask. And this is from our webpage, where you also would find information about our activities and also our recent publications. And one reason why we're here today is actually this book, Nordic Fascism, Fragments of an Entangled History, which is our first joint product, so to speak, where we all were participating with big pieces on this fragmented field of fascism studies in the Nordic countries, which was added by Markus Lundstrom, my colleague from Sweden, and me. And we will also today most likely refer a lot to this book and what we've been actually doing there with our publication. So Markus is also going to say a bit more about this later on. Yeah. So if you would like to say something about our activities, what we've been doing since 2018.
Indeed. We have been lucky to have a sort of effortlessly Nordic and very inclusively Nordic group of researchers from the very beginning. The only Nordic country where we still lack colleagues from is Iceland, but we expect them to join us soon as well, to have a truly all-inclusive Nordic research network. The realization that has brought us together, as Nicola already mentioned, has been the understanding that the Nordic region is a meaningful concept also in the research of Nordic far-right movements and fascism and their history. The latest volume by us explores the different dimensions of Nordic fascism from many different sides. And we have here other writers who appear in this volume. First of all, we have Terje Emmeland, who is a researcher here at the Holocaust Center in Oslo. We have Gustav Forsell from Sweden, from Uppsala University, where he's writing his doctoral dissertation. We have present Markus Lundstrom, who was already mentioned, who is an associate professor at Uppsala University. Is that correct? Yeah. That's, yeah. And Tommi Kotonen from Jyväskylä University in Finland. And I do believe that we already have Roger Griffin online.
We do, yeah. So we're very happy to have Roger Griffin from Oxford Brookes University here, who's going to give a keynote on fascism. As you most likely know, he's one of the leading experts on the history of fascism, and I'm not 100% sure if we do have him already. Yeah. Great.
Hello, oh, yeah. Roger.
So, nice to see you, even though you can't join us here in person, but we're very happy to have you. So I think
Thank
just
you very much.
Having this keynote right now, only one technical, practical thing. We thought that it would be the easiest way that you collect your questions which you might have for the end of our presentations, so that we can switch faster in between us, and so that we will have a sum up at the end of the day where we will answer questions. So please don't go before you feel that you ask what you wanted to ask. Okay, Roger, I give the word to you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So you can hear me and you can see me, and I'm sharing the screen, but I'm hoping, oh, you're still seeing me. Okay. No, what's happening now?
We see your screen, so just go on please.
Oh, you see my lecture, do you?
Yes.
Oh, good, because I can't see that you can see my lecture. Okay, well, look, first of all, I'm very sorry I couldn't be there in person. I would have loved to have come to the centre, partly because I know you and his husband very well, Bernd Hodfett, and I've never managed to get to the Holocaust study centre, so that would have been a pleasure to come, and also to meet some colleagues in person. But I have a rather difficult domestic situation with illness in the family of my wife in Italy, and it's just not possible. For people who are not familiar with me, this is a strange lecture. It's impossible for me to go through all the material. I've conceived it to be made available to people if they want to take the time to go through it, because and if you don't want to go through it, that's perfectly fine. So what I'm doing is a sort of summarizing my own talk as I go through, because it raises a lot of issues about how dominant ideas occur in various areas of study. Okay, so basically, as you can see, I'm using this metaphor which I used in the preface to the book, coalescing asteroids, and that should become clear. So the theme of the talk is that Nordic Fascism, the book, is an expression of a productive research paradigm which is establishing itself in non-Marxist comparative fascist studies, because my point is that for a long time Marxists have known how to approach fascism, but it took a long time for a productive paradigm or a partial consensus to emerge in fascist studies outside Marxism. So this is far too complicated for a talk like this, but I'm going to allude to it anyway. There is a very interesting area of research in cultural history and cultural anthropology and philosophy of the sciences, etc., about how new ideas and new cultural forms emerge. And if you think in terms of macro developments in cultural paradigms, or what I call Normoy Nomos, used by some people for this Weltanschauung, this sort of totalizing cultural worldview, basically one model is that a nomos will, in pre-modern times, will dominate a culture till things happen within the culture, or socioeconomic, or war, or some transformation in the technology of food or whatever. But something happens, some interaction with another culture, which makes the dominant nomos no longer work for people, or even for a minority of people. And so what you then get when a nomos breaks down is what is known in anthropology as a liminal phase. In a liminal phase, you go from stage A to stage B. And in that phase, the creatives, in the most general sense, I mean, whether they're writing dramas or they're in charge of the religion or whatever, are driven to modify or invent new cultural forms to take account of the disturbances in the nomos. So you can see that as the old paradigm breaks down, there's a whole load of people who are creative in some way or another. They're part of cultural production, who in a stable nomos would be feeding into the established paradigm, but they start creating new forms or new modifications, or in some cases completely new ideas about the world. You can see this process long drawn out in the transition from so-called medieval Europe and medieval Christianity to Renaissance, and then through to Enlightenment Christianity. So eventually you end up finding yourself with a different dominant set of values in a cultural space. And there are theoreticians like Bourdieu and Kuhn, etc., who modeled this process. So I use this metaphor, which I love from cosmology, about the way cosmic dust forms into stars, and how asteroids or fragments of material can be, through complicated process of gravity, can actually coalesce into planets and moons. And so if you take that idea, I mean, here's a headline from a British newspaper, The Guardian, from 2015. And at that point, scientists felt they could actually see a part of the cosmos where dust was transforming itself into a planet. So this process of going from fragmentation to something that coalesces into something bigger and meaningful in the human evolution of thought and culture has for me fascinating parallels with the way dust and fragments can form into wholes. And so, for example, if you look at the asteroid belt in that way, these are uncoalesced rock fragments going around generally. And what I've done here, this is very superficial, by the way, and I don't want to tread on the toes of anybody who actually knows about this stuff, who is sitting in the audience. But if you look at the history of the emergence of new cultures or new religions, they can often be associated with some sort of cultural crisis. And our cultural crises have many sources and many forms. But if you look at the socio-cultural context of the rise of Buddhism, Islam, and Christianity, or, for example, the rise of Greek philosophy out of a culture which operated through myth and ritual exclusively, and then that nomos breaks down. And so the thinkers and the artists who would have once been part of that nomos start questioning it and asking deep questions about science and the world and humanity and morality, etc. You can see these processes. You can see it again in the rise of humanism, a classic statement of this new paradigm emerging in humanism. Pico della Mirandola with his essay in Latin on the dignity of man, extraordinary transition from a God-centered, earth-centered universe of the medieval church to this new way of seeing humanity as being able to create its own destiny. And you can see it again in another way in the Enlightenment. You can see the way Nietzsche emerges out of a crisis of Western culture, which we associate with fin de siècle and decadence, and that you've got, by the end of the 19th century, individual artists who, some of them actually coalesce into an ism. So you get things like secessionism or impressionism or whatever, but some, like Van Gogh or Nietzsche, are sort of one-offs. They are like fragments who operate in their own space. Now, that sort of macro process in culture has an equivalent within individual disciplines, and here we're really in the territory of an innovator in this theory of many decades ago called Thomas Kuhn, that if you look at the history of disciplines or fields of academic study, there's a period normally where, and you get this, say, the transition from Newtonian science to Einsteinian science. There's a time when people working in that field broadly share a certain type of way of understanding, framing questions, answering questions, etc. And he calls that a paradigm. And then you get this thing called a paradigm shift, which occurs when the current theories can't explain a phenomenon adequately, and some people work often with that theory but modify it in a significant way, or come up with a completely different way of looking at things. So, of course, the famous thing there is the whole rise of Einsteinian science and quantum physics at the turn of the 20th century. So a scientific revolution occurs when the new paradigm that emerges better explains observations, and there's examples of that in all sorts of fields. There's also a generational factor, which was formulated by Max Planck, the scientist. A new scientific truth does not triumph by convincing its opponents and making them see the light, but rather because its opponents eventually die and a new generation grows up which is familiar with it. Now, I speak from the heart here that my approach to fascism had a really tough time with the older generation of experts on Nazism and Italian fascism. I still got some problems with them, and all sorts of people who basically ignored or rubbished my idea. But there's now a whole load of people who were born after the war, after the Second World War, who have come into the field without fundamental ideas about how evil fascism is, or how it's all about the bourgeoisie or whatever, and who are receptive to the idea that there is such a thing as a fascist ideology, and there are utopian ideals, no matter how foul, in the heart of fascism. And for a whole load of people, for example, who came into fascist studies after the collapse of the Soviet Union, for example, in Romania or Hungary, who haven't been through the early stages of liberal democratic theories of fascism, the paradigm which is now emerging, which is incarnated in the book which is being launched today, seems sort of unproblematic. I'm not saying it's a single coherent dogma, but it doesn't create the sort of problems that my theory had in the early 1990s. And when I say my theory, of course, I'm not suggesting that that my theory is the modern theory of fascism, but I'm just part of an emergence of a convergent theory. There will always be, looks like a leg of ham, but it's actually a strange, anomalous geological phenomenon. It's a sample of magnesium carbonate that looks like ham, and it's called, apparently scientifically, it's an anomalous formation. And you will always, thank heavens, have anomalous thinkers and anomalous theorists in any field. So the fact that there's a dominant paradigm doesn't mean there's unanimity, but there are very interesting parallels between the formation of a convergent paradigm at the micro level of evolution of disciplines and the formation of stars, if only at a metaphorical level. Of course, if you're a cosmic hippie in the 60s, you would see it probably as some sort of literal correspondence. Now, I've spent quite a bit of my time trying to map how fascism emerges within a particular cultural field. And the cultural field that I got very interested in is sort of covered by the word modernity and modernism. What I tried to understand is how this new ism entered socio-political cultural space when it did after the First World War, though, of course, people like Sternhell and other theorists will put the real genesis of fascism back before the First World War, but it crystallizes into a movement after the First World War. And if anybody's familiar with this book, they know the thesis. My argument is that by the late 19th century, modernity, this complex set of forces which is moving society away from agricultural, Christian-dominated, traditional conservative society into something more chaotic, actually has a very disruptive impact on all sorts of areas of human existence and creates what is called a nomic crisis, a crisis of worldview. And that crisis expresses itself in art, in aesthetics, by the generation of a whole load of new isms with which to configure and depict the world, to express the world aesthetically. But it also creates a whole load of new socio-political isms and gives them a populist dimension. So that I argue in this book that you can actually see fascism as the political equivalent of an aesthetic ism like surrealism or constructivism. And I distinguish between what I call epiphanic modernism, where people are interested in seeing the world in a new way, or in revelations which can be expressed in some way culturally, and what I call programmatic modernism, which can also be aesthetic. For example, it's very important in architecture that architects in the, say, Powerhouse movement or Le Corbusier are trying to express a new vision of humanity and a new vision of society. So aesthetic doesn't mean necessarily simply epiphanic, but I actually, and this is where the heresy is for some people, I see fascism and Nazism, as well as Soviet communism, as expressions of modernism in a socio-political, cultural form, which is actually trying to create a new world. So that's the thesis in that. So you can see from that that I am trying to locate fascism in a particular new cultural field, which is the product of this liminal phase when an old nomos breaks down. And I think people now studying fascism are not necessarily aware of the fact that at the time there really was a big sense of shock about this new phenomenon, which is caught rather neatly in this book, The March of Fascism. Now, Borghese was actually very close to fascism. Then he took refuge in America and he wrote anti-fascist books. And there's this rather weird sentence, 1938, not a single prophet during more than a century of prophecies, analyzing the degradation of the Romantic culture or planning the split of the Romantic atom, ever imagined anything like fascism. I'll spare you the rest of the quote. But basically, he's saying fascism was a great surprise. Now, it wasn't such a surprise to Marxists, because Marxists very quickly, after the creation of the fasci, they already had in various, I mean, obviously Marxism is not one thing, but there is a core to Marxist theory generally about some pattern of breakdown of capitalism and emergence of socialism. And very quickly, and I'm talking about 1922, 1923, certain Marxist theorists were attributing fascism to a crisis of capitalism, the way capitalism felt threatened by the emergence of socialism, and so created this new nationalistic image to drain energy away from the proletariat and preserve its system. And you get a whole load of wonderful statements. And of course, the famous one is the Dimitrov definition, which associates fascism with capitalism, with its back to the wall. But outside Marxist studies, there was from very early on a lot of confusion and chaos about the definition of fascism. And here's a quote I like from George Orwell, which I'm not going to read out because it will take me too long. But basically, it's saying nobody knows. I mean, there's another statement later on in the essay where he says, you know, it would be wonderful if somebody could actually create a definition of fascism, but there doesn't seem much prospect of that. So outside Marxist studies, there was an enormous confusion. And this confusion carries on after the war, to the point that by the time you get to the 1990s, there have been decades where everybody working on fascism was working without some sort of overall idea about what fascism is. And of course, outside fascist studies, there is still an extraordinary amount of looseness and vagueness about the use of the term fascism. You get it beautifully illustrated in the Putin commentaries on the Putin war, and you get Putin accusing Ukraine of being fascist Nazi, and you get the count. So Labour Kim Johnson a couple of weeks ago described Israel's recently formed coalition government as fascism. So the loose usage of fascism is very common still outside fascist studies, but within liberal fascist studies, there emerged out of fragments, really, a sort of broadly consensual approach. And but the chaos is everywhere. If you look at these books, for example, De Felici, Wolff, Lacour, Bosworth, Wippermann, right up into that's the last one is 2010. They all point in totally different directions. And you get these wonderful statements by people like Wolff, you know, perhaps we should ban the word from our vocabulary. I mean, he's the guy who organized two conferences in England for fascist experts, a bit like the one in Oslo today. And yet he's saying, look, we have no idea what it means. 1981, nobody knows what it is. It's a conundrum. Deas, perhaps one day someone will formulate an acceptable definition of fascism and will clearly identify the fascists, but that day seems still far off. writing about fascism, trying to define it, is so much spilt ink. It's like looking for a cat in a black cat in a darkened room, and so it goes on. And the consequences for effective, fruitful research as a result of this lack of a paradigm for comparative fascist studies was really quite serious. There was, apart from the confusion, there was very great difficulty finding a consensus among experts that fascism was even worth studying as a political ism. It was, for some people, it was just like some sort of evil, nihilistic, destructive force with no real ideology, that anything said by fascists was just propaganda, or that it was just a form of conservatism, and it could never be attributed an attempt to create some sort of alternative modernity. And I'm not going to go through all this, but when people tried to make contributions to fascist studies in Nordic space in Scandinavia, you can see, and I've read these things, they are struggling with the fact that there is no consensus definition. So though they can be excellent in the study of the individual phenomenon they're looking at, they haven't got any broad international working consensus to locate their information in. Even the wonderful, groundbreaking book, Who Are the Fascists? With this strange title, with, I don't know if it's a form of Scandinavian irony, that it's a question without a question mark. Who were the fascists? Who were the fascists? I don't know who were the fascists. You'll find extraordinary confusion at the heart of it. There are two different essays on what fascism means. It's got the groundbreaking one by Stanley Payne, but all the poor people writing their individual chapters had no central consensus to point towards, so that they therefore could not really discuss the idiosyncrasies. You can't really look at the idiosyncrasies of a unique form of fascism without having an idea of some sort of generic fascism. But, and this is the story of which I am a part, in the 1990s, and it overlapped with the old chaos Babel effect, you start getting an emergence of a broad working consensus that fascism is characterized by some sort of attempt to create a new alternative to both liberal democracy and communism, that it wants to create a new culture. And I throw in this concept of palingenetic myth, this myth of renewal, this myth of rebirth, and that what distinguishes conservatism, even the progressive conservatism of somebody like Franco, from genuine fascism, is this issue of the radicalness of the change in society to create even though Salazar called his regime a new state, it wasn't really a new state. It was far more conservative than that which was aspired to by the blue shirts, for example. And you start getting book after book, article after article, which broadly from all over the world, I mean, there's stuff here. I mean, there's a Spanish book bottom right, but and there's stuff there in Romanian and in Turkish, and a book came out last week in Catalan, and now really we can start to, and this is a very interesting book, top right there, Ibo-American Fascisms. Now it's in Spanish, so it won't. In a way, it's very good that it's in Spanish, and it can be read by Portuguese experts. But in a way, we need a translation of that to make it really part of Anglophone comparative international studies. And what I love about the book that's coming out today, it's already in English, and I'm absolutely in awe of the capacity of Scandinavian scholars to speak and write better English than most English academics. And the two little milestones for me is the foundation of the journal Fascism, of which I helped found, which is one of the most important outlets for fascist studies, and I do hope that some of the people here today, if you haven't published in it, will. And then the creation of, that was 2011, the International Association for Comparative Studies, COMFAS, which held its second convention in Uppsala. It'd be lovely to have it in Oslo one day, but it's next year. It's in Vienna. Last summer it was in Florence. So we can really talk about the emergence of a paradigm out of the, whereas up to the 1990s, fascist studies was like a whole load of asteroid fragments floating around in cultural space. I don't need to go through this, but I'm very aware of the fact that Scandinavian fascist studies is very proactive in actually creating linkages and creating networks and making research grants, and I find that extraordinary. As somebody who has suffered personally, emotionally, and in other ways from Brexit, I really would love to transplant some of the cultural energy of Scandinavia and its ability to collaborate across languages and cultures into Britain, which is, I think, losing a lot of what makes it worth living in. And then we have today this wonderful publication, Nordic Fascism, Fragments of an Entangled History. Now, it's interesting, isn't it? Fragments of an Entangled History. In a way, that's paradoxical, isn't it? These are fragments, so they are like isolated asteroids, but it's an entangled history, and that points to this sense that all the different fascisms and the fragments of fascism somehow link up in a bigger field. And if you actually look at the contents of Nordic fascism, there's all sorts of signs of the way this new paradigm is allowing interconnections and cross-fertilization going on. For example, the book Bridges into War and Post-War Extremism. Now, for a long time, under the Babel effect, political scientists looked at post-war fascism and historians looked at interwar fascism. There was very little real symbiosis between them. It sees individual fascisms as both unique and nationalist, and yet at the same time transnational, i.e. deeply entangled with other fascisms and related phenomena within an international socio-political climate and subcultural network. So what you get reading through the book is the sense of histoire croisée, one of these trendy phrases, interconnected history. It assumes fascism as a futural ideological dynamic, whilst simultaneously searching for rootedness, so that this paradox that fascism looks forward and backwards simultaneously. It confirms the intrinsic value of studying each fascism in its own right as part of a vast three-dimensional dynamically involving jigsaw of individual fascisms, which refutes simplistic ideas of centre and periphery. For decades, there was Nazism and fascism at the centre, and poor old Finnish fascism was out there up north freezing to death in fascist studies, and that's all gone now. There is no centre or periphery now, because every fascism is fascinating in its own right and contributes to an understanding of the whole. And the subtitle of the book, so unlike the Latin American equivalent, Fascismos Iberoamericanos, it's already in English, which is wonderful for Anglophone comparative studies. And the subtitle points to this mixture of an awareness of the uniqueness of each fragment, but also that it's part of another history. And therefore, really cheaply, I throw in this image of quantum entanglement, of this idea that things can be entangled across a distance, that there are strange interconnections between Finnish and, say, Albanian fascism or something. Even though they're totally different, there are strange entanglements. Or to return to our cosmological metaphor, this book demonstrates how asteroids of individual research can now coalesce relatively easily with a bigger mass, which is turning fascist studies into a young planet, if you like, of research, with a post-Babel descattering of languages. The reference to the Babel there is that languages were scattered. And even in Nordic fascism, even in the room today, there is a merging of languages, both culturally and even linguistically. So I want to throw in this concept you might not be familiar, which is one of the many symptoms of the bankruptcy of British politics is the talk of the Northern Powerhouse, the idea that the South has been like, you know, that disease where the brain gets too big. Well, the South has dominated British culture and in a disgusting way, and there have been all sorts of talk about creating a Northern Powerhouse of British industry, culture, etc., etc. Well, in a way, I'm trying to say to you that you seem to have created a Northern powerhouse of successful Scandinavian, interdisciplinary and international fascist studies. And you are able more and more to integrate fascist studies in individual countries with the Scandinavian experience, also with the history of the Third Reich and Axis Europe, and with comparative transnational fascist studies. And I think that's really exciting. And I would like to express a personal note of gratitude. I've always been treated very well in Norway. It's my marital second home is Italy and Italian and Italianness, but my Anglo-Saxon bit has taken refuge in Scandinavia as being what I wish Britain had turned into instead of the post-Brexit disaster in which it is trapped at this moment. And also just being invited to give this talk. I mean, I'm really talking out of place. You don't need people like you are completely self-sufficient now. So if you cut the umbilical cord and I don't get any more invitations, though I'll be very sad, I would understand it as a sign, a bit like when my son went to university, you know, that we'll stay in touch, but you can come back for some money occasionally and have your laundry washed, but you don't need me anymore. So if you want to get journalistic, you can see palingenetic thrust behind Nordic Fascist Studies. The conference and book launch today can be seen as marking the inauguration of a new productive era in Scandinavian fascist studies. I sound like a politician now. And in its interaction with international fascist studies and studies in the fascist era. And since I am of the land of Monty Python and British irony, I thought I'd end up with a rather irreverent slogan. Today, Uppsala, and Oslo and all these other centers of fascist studies belong to us, and tomorrow the whole world. Thank you very much.
Ja, det er Markus Lundstrom.
Han må sendes til som får mikrofon. Han må få mikrofon.
Ok. Beklager, vi har en litt sånn overgangsproblem her.
Forslag at du bare forteller hva som skal skje.
Okay. Men er den på? Ja. Okay, thank you so much for this very nice introduction of our book. And we're going to continue with hearing a little bit more about our colleague Markus Lundstrom from Mid-Sweden University and Uppsala University. We slightly introduced him earlier today, but he's actually coming from anarchism studies, so really delighted to have him in our network because he brings a completely different perspective into what we've been doing. And as I also said earlier today, he's a co-editor of the book, and he's here in a second, I hope. So very pleased that he made it to Oslo today.
Thank you.
Is this the switch? All right, hello. Good to see you all. So many people here. My name is Marcus Lundstrom, and I'm an historian and also a sociologist, and I'm affiliated with Mid-Sweden University, which is in southern Sápmi, the land of the Sami people, probably you know of, and I'm also affiliated with the Center for Multidisciplinary Studies on Racism at Uppsala University. And I'm, of course, happy to be here at this conference and also the book launch because we had put some quite some effort into bringing this book about these initial findings, what we call fragments of an entangled history. So I will just give you a brief introduction to this book and what we have done, and it's for sale downstairs if you want to buy it afterwards. And the book sets out to explore uncharted territory, as Roger pointed out, namely the transnational facets of a Nordic fascism. And our starting point in this book was that this transnational exchange of fascist ideas, practices, and networks had been a reality for more than a century. But as Roger just pointed out, and what he elaborates in this forward to our anthology, previous research has documented that fascist ideas were frequently exchanged across national borders during the springtime of fascism, of course, but also onwards afterwards in the post-war era. So this interconnectedness and collaboration and ideological co-production of fascist actors, it has endured after the Second World War, and it continues into the present day. So at the same time, we saw this, and we also saw that this transnationality and nature of a particular Nordic fascism had not been studied before. So while there are, of course, plenty of great research and national focused studies on fascist ideas and actors, there was still a limited or little knowledge about this entanglement between these ideas and these actors. So we therefore set out to study an entangled history of the 4 Nordic countries where fascism has been most prominent, and that is Sweden, Denmark, Norway, and Finland. So the entangled history approach enabled us to start investigating the transnational interconnectedness of ideas and actors that bore this mark of Nordic fascism. So in this project, we were departing from a kind of a methodological nationalism which had defined the fascism studies for a long time, and we employed instead this entangled history approach to capture the interconnectedness and relationships between fascist actors and networks across these Nordic countries. And in the book, which is an anthology made of several chapters, in this book we locate Nordic fascism in this broader political landscape of radical nationalism, which can be defined as a political ideology that is predominantly centered on connecting and imagined people with a bordered territory. And the adjective radical is important here because it indicates that nationalism kind of comes in different degrees. This commitment to seal this people-territory bond can be more or less dedicated. So radical nationalist groups, they can in a sense be both right-wing but also left-wing. They can be overtly anti-democratic, but they can also be fully committed to the democratic rules of political engagement. So we started out with this generic definition of fascism, as Roger was talking about earlier, there where fascism is a revolutionary form of nationalism. So in this sense, we approach Nordic fascism as a historical constellation of revolutionary radical nationalist ideas and expressions in these 4 countries, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, and Finland. Our ontology builds on this generic understanding of fascism as a struggle for a Nordic nation, kind of reborn, a resurrection of a paradise lost. And in our book, we demonstrate that while some Nordic fascists submitted kind of wholeheartedly to German National Socialism, others were more careful to distinguish themselves from Hitler's aggressive geopolitics. But what these actors shared was this mythical belief in an exceptional Nordicness and an idea of the North as an idealized past and a future, a desired future. And this propelled a perceived threat of cultural annihilation and racial genocide, an idea of a devastating destruction of the Nordic race that would jeopardize civilization itself. And as you will hear in the following presentations today, the chapters of our book treat very different actors, networks, context, and also time periods, but they have this shared focus on the nature of Nordic fascism. And in the opening chapter, the nature of Nordic fascism, an introduction, was written by Nicola Karcher and myself. In this chapter, we give this brief overview of fascism in the Nordic countries. So, apart from what I just said about our theoretical concepts and our approach, it also offers a short kind of historical exposure that ranges from the fascist springtime in the interwar and war periods and through its decline in the Second World War, but also after that period and into the present day. So I don't have the time to go through that history here, but you can read it in the first chapter of the book. And after this introduction, we have the first empirical chapter of the book, which is written by Nicola, and it's called Early Nordic Fascism and Anti-Semitic Conspiracy. Oh, sorry, it's written by Sophie Lene Bak and Terje Embeland, also with contributions from Helene Lööw and Ola Silvenoinen. And Terje will soon give more details about this chapter, but in brief, it traces how anti-Semitism is intertwined with the inception of fascism in all of these 4 Nordic countries. And the chapter kind of reveals how anti-Semitism was not actually imported by a fascist group, but anti-Semitism rather constituted a fertile soil in which fascism could grow. So they kind of break new ground in this chapter. And after that, we will have a coffee break, and then Nicola will present her chapter, in which is the second empirical chapter of the book, National Socialism in Clinch, the case of Norwegian National Socialists in interwar Germany. And Nicola in this chapter digs into these internal struggles over the true nature of National Socialism and how these clinches inform Norwegian fascists to establish networks with the Hitler regime and like-minded groups in other Nordic countries. And later, Olav Silvenoyen will present his preceding chapter, a pragmatic revolutionary, Eric Serlachius, and the fascist visions of a society and community. And Ola shows in this chapter how this Finnish businessman, he was also a politician and a public figure, how he could embrace fascist politics while at the same time identifying himself as a non-fascist. So it was this idea that he had about the communist enemy within that guided his political journey and produced these subtle alignments with Nordic fascism. And in the subsequent anthology chapter, Nordic Heretics, a National Socialist Opposition to Nordic Heretics, yes. A National Socialist Opposition in Norway and Denmark. This is written by Klaus Bungård Christiansen and Terje Ambeland. And it outlines how fascist organizations in Denmark and Norway viewed Hitler's political ambitions. They were with skepticism and fear. And these concerns prompted some Norwegian and Danish fascists to elaborate their ideology to create an independent Nordic form of National Socialism, similar to the way in which Swedish actors had done in the 1940s, and how they had also sought a Nordic National Socialist state independent from Hitler's Germany. So this kind of speaks about different national socialisms in the plural. And then the book also covers these spiritual or esoteric aspects of Nordic fascism. And those are treated in two separate book chapters. And the first is written by Gustav Forsell, and he will later present this contribution, Hidden Knowledge and the Mythical Origins, Atlantis, Esoteric Fascism, and Nordic Racial Divinity. This chapter outlines how fascists adopted a racialized variant of the myth of Atlantis, and in this sense locating the supposed origin of the Nordic race in a mythical far north continent to kind of harmonize the features of a Nordic race and a Nordic soul. And the subsequent chapter is entitled Esoteric Nordic Fascism, the Second Coming of Hitler and the Idea of the People. And it's written by Matthias Gardell, but he could not come here today to present this chapter. So very briefly, and you will have to read it in the book to get the full picture, but he kind of traces this dark undercurrent of esoteric Hitlerism and occult racist paganism and the esoteric aspects of the extreme metal music scene. And in the last presentation today in our program, it's given by Tommy Kottonen, who has authored the chapter Window to Europe, Finland, and the Nordic fascist networks during the Cold War. It demonstrates how the issue of Finnishness in Nordic state building was pursued through the pan-Nordic networks of the Nordic Reichsparty, Nordiska Rikspartiet, and how these entanglements opened a window to Europe that allowed for new fascist formations. And the final chapter in our anthology, Ethno-cultural and racial ambiguities of National Socialist state building, Finland and the Nordic Resistance Movement. And this chapter was written by Daniel Salama and Lena Malki, who are not here today either. But the chapter shows how this Finnish branch of the Nordic resistance movement, the Nordiska Motståndsrörelsen, how it negotiates ethnocultural ambiguities regarding Finnishness and the Finns in order to kind of advance the organization's vision of a pan-Nordic national socialist state, or advanced, because they are dissolved now, but yes. So to conclude this very, very short introduction to Nordic fascism, I would like to highlight that these chapters of our anthology, they offer, if you read them all together, a kind of an initial mapping of this uncharted political terrain in Sweden, Norway, Denmark, and Finland. And our book shows that the collapse of fascism in the 1940s, it marked this kind of peculiar rupture, one that meant both a renouncement of fascism, but also a regeneration, a rebirth of this ideology. So, whereas today the self-identified fascist is perhaps an endangered political species, but fascism as a political ideology lives on, and it finds ever new ways into the political mainstream. So this menace of fascist terrorism and fascist violence, which still haunts our societies well into the present day, should therefore be understood as a historical continuation of ideological exchange and cross-fertilization between fascists in the Nordic countries. And our claim with this book is that we need to venture further into this nature of Nordic fascism and keep on uncovering even more fragments of this entangled history. So, thank you. If you want to read more in the book, the Holocaust Center is selling it downstairs for a discounted price, because it's very expensive to buy online. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Markus. And we have there's this rare instance that we are actually running ahead of schedule, but we won't let that disturb us. We shall instead next have research professor Terje Emmeland. Welcome.
Thank you. When we started Nordfas, we understood that the research of fascism in the Nordic countries had to be entangled, because the history of fascism is entangled in the Nordic countries. So this chapter that I'm writing here together with Sofie Bach and with contributions from Ola and from Helene Löw is a sort of a attempt of doing some entangled research on Nordic fascism on a specific topic that is really important, I think. Namely, we challenged an often held assumption about Nordic fascism, that of the role of anti-Semitism within Nordic fascism. In the historiography, there's a marked tendency in all the Nordic countries, we discovered, to portray anti-Semitism as some sort of an alien import, and something local fascist movements almost reluctantly accepted on the way. Many Nordic historians seem to conclude that anti-Semitism only became a prominent factor within Nordic fascism at a relatively late stage, and as a result of a growing influence from Nazi Germany. We have that in Norwegian historiography on the NS. We have that about the Swedish and Danish and also Finnish fascist movement. That sort of anti-Semitism is nothing particular that is fertile in Nordic soil. It has to be imported by the pressure from Germany. What we endeavor to show is quite the opposite. Namely, that anti-Semitism was not a late occurrence within Nordic fascism, but and not only a result of a growing influence from Nazi Germany. Rather, anti-Semitic propagandists were among the earliest promoters of fascism in the Nordic countries, and among the founders of the first movements, years before the Third Reich was established. Nevertheless, in the study of these actors that I will soon present to you, some of them, we found that also that many of these propagandists, this anti-Semitic propagandist relationship to the fascist movements they helped to establish, soon became very strained, and for them, some of them very short-lived. And how can we explain this? One must ask, why is this? Is it because their beliefs were difficult to integrate into the political repertoire of the local fascist movements? And our conclusion is yes. And the reason for this can be found in their peculiar form of anti-Semitism. We claim that to them, the evil machinations of the Jews constituted a core belief in a whole worldview, so to speak. We claim that anti-Semitism amongst these actors was not limited to the perception of the Jews as a menacing alien or racially inferior, but part of an all-encompassing, apocalyptic, and what we call monological worldview. I'm not going to go into the details of this. We do that in the chapter, and also I've been writing extensively on conspiracy theories elsewhere. In the research of conspiracy theories, this kind of worldview is called conspiracism, or conspiracist ideation, and it refers to an underlying worldview or disposition, if you will, similar to political ideology, towards viewing events and circumstances as products of a conspiracy. We therefore suggest to describe these actors' worldview the term anti-Semitic conspiracism. And in order to illustrate this point, I will now give you sort of a presentation of some of these actors in the Nordic countries, some of these early propagandists of fascism, to give you the examples of how to prove this point. Let's start with Norway. Apart from Vidkun Quisling, the leader of Nasjonal Samling, there is hardly any individual who contributed more to the introduction of fascism in Norway than this guy, namely the architect and property owner Eugen Nilsen, who started his political career in what was called the National Legion, the first organization to call itself fascist, that was established in 1927 by the wholesale dealer Karl Mayr. This fascist legion was very short-lived because of internal strifes and failing support, and that eventually, very early on, led to the dethronement of Karl Mayr and the establishment of a working group to salvage the fascist legion, and where Eugen Nilsen became the prominent actor. Here he spearheaded the development in this legion in a radical direction, away from Italian-style fascism into more National Socialist, or let's say folkish German variants. And he developed a theory of the reasons for the collapse of the Legion that was that it was a result of an international Jewish conspiracy that had its allies within the press and the political life and so on. So by that, Eugen Nilsen became one of the most important promoters of fascism in Norway, and at the same time one of the country's leading anti-Semitic propagandists. From here on, his path soon led him more to National Socialism in Germany, but it was not Hitler who became Nilsen's main inspiration, but Erich Ludendorff, the general of First World War fame. He was the foremost promoter of a conspiracy theory which claimed that the German army was not defeated in the battlefields, but was stabbed in the back by unpatriotic forces at home. In 1927, Ludendorff published a book in which he identifies the traitors as supernatural forces such as Jews, Freemasons, Jesuits, and members of various occult organizations and societies. As soon as the book appeared, Nielsen got hold of a copy and contacted Ludendorff and became his not only Norwegian publisher but international publisher. And soon after that, he established Antiforlaget, devoted to publishing anti-Semitic, anti-Masonic, and anti-Catholic literature. In 1932, Nielsen sponsored the foundation of what soon was to become the Norwegian National Socialist Workers' Party, 1 year before the establishment of Quisling's NS and its newspaper Fronten. From 1932 to 1935, the party experienced somewhat of a success by recruiting a sizable number of youngsters. I have written a book about that you can buy downstairs, by the way. It is partly, and in the spring of 1933, members of this party was active in the establishment of Quisling's Nationalsamling. Eugen Nielsen, on the other hand, would absolutely not support the NS. The party's stance on anti-Semitism was far too weak. Something he surmised was caused by the influence of artificial Jews of the Masonic lodges. Soon Nielsen's paranoid conspiracism caused problems also with the NNSAP, and by the end of 1933, he and the party split and went their separate ways. And isolated from his former compatriots, Nielsen's paranoid worldview was allowed to completely dominate Fronten, and the tenor of his articles grew increasingly more apocalyptic and demonological, often underpinned by references to the protocols of the Elders of Zion, which we will also talk about a bit later. So, for the remainder of the 1930s and into the years of the German occupation, he published Fronten, where he continued his crusade against Jews, Freemasons, and Catholics, and also cultivated contacts with the Ludendorff movement in Germany, which was sort of, there was a split between the Nazi party and the Ludendorff movement, but they were allowed to still continue during the Third Reich for a while. And other like-minded people abroad, and one of them we will soon be acquainted with. His name was Elof Eriksson, and he was a Swede. In Sweden, the two most prominent National Socialist parties the origins of these parties can be traced back to the milieu surrounding two anti-Semitic publications. As you can see, anti-Semitism came first. Between 1919 and 1931, Barthold Lundén edited an anti-Semitic weekly, Vidi, published in Gothenburg. Already in the autumn of 1923, it introduced Adolf Hitler as a new German Messiah. However, the anti-Semitic impulses also came from the East, because Vidi was the first Swedish publication to present the protocols of the Elders of Zion, the anti-Semitic forgery. In 1923, Lundén founded founded the anti-Semitic Swedish Anti-Semitic Society, Svenska Antisemitiska Föreningen, which original symbol was the swastika. Not surprisingly, several of the society members were soon to be found in the leading positions within the Swedish fascist movements, such as the brothers Sigurd Birger and Gunnar Furugård. Especially Sigurd was active in the anti-Semitic society and held a position as society secretary. During the First World War, he had been to the October Revolution. He had been to Russia and the Baltic states, where he experienced. This experience made him a staunch anti-communist and also a fierce anti-Semite. As you can see, the impulses also came from the East. Already in 1923, he and his two brothers acquainted themselves with German National Socialism very, very early, visited the NSDAP headquarters in Munich and had meetings with Erich Ludendorff discussing the Jewish question. Back in Sweden, Sigurd Furudegård suggested that the anti-Semitic society should be changed and turned into a political party. This, however, met with disapproval by Lundén. He had no intention of subordinating neither the cause of anti-Semitism nor himself to any organization where he was not the sovereign leader. On his part, Sigurd Furudegård thought that Lundén focused too narrowly on anti-Semitism and the Jewish question. In 1924, this led him and his brothers to form the Swedish National Socialist Party, with Birger Furugård as the leader. The brother Sigurd, and also the other brothers' background in organized anti-Semitism, made the fight against the Jewish menace a prominent part of the party program. That's the first. Now we turn to Stockholm. This was in Gothenburg, now in Stockholm. Elof Eriksson started his career in 1914 by heading a reactionary and anti-Semitic fraction within the Swedish peasant movement. In 1924, he founded the paper Nation, the Nation, which was almost wholly devoted to anti-Semitic and anti-Masonic propaganda. Note anti-Masonic as well. Eriksson also ran a publishing house disseminating his own pamphlets and books, and also translation of other anti-Semitic writers like Erich Ludendorff. In 1928, a group of military men in Stockholm, affiliated with Eriksson's paper, created Sveriges fascistiska kamporganisation, Sweden's fascist combat organization, which took its main inspiration from Italian fascism. Nevertheless, conspiracist anti-Semitism was also here due to the influence of Eriksson, a prominent feature right from the start of this organization. In the beginning, the Nation served as a mouthpiece of this fascist organization, but when the organization demanded to take over editorial responsibility, Eriksson and the organization parted ways, and the fascists set up their own journal, Spöknippe, as their mouthpiece. At the same time, the fascist combat organization oriented itself towards German National Socialism and changed its name to Nationalsocialistiska Folkpartiet, National Socialist People's Party, in 1929. The following year, this party was swallowed up by Furugård and his movement. However, in 1933, Lindholm, who was the main party head, broke away and founded what was later to become Svensk Socialistisk Samling, which became the dominant National Socialist movement throughout the 30s and 1940s. Having severed his ties with the fascist, Elof Eriksson was left alone to pursue his conspiracist ideas. As Eugene Nielsen in Norway, he now sought his fellow believers abroad and corresponded with Eugene Nielsen, as I told you, and other propagandists in Germany and the Nordic countries. Now, turning to Denmark. A wonderful advertisement. Smoke fascist cigarettes. While some of the Danish groups and publications which were inspired by Italian fascism did not explicitly have anti-Semitism on their agenda, a significant exception was Nationalkorpset, National Corps, a paramilitary anti-communist organization which mainly consisted of veterans from the Danish Baltic Auxiliary Corps. One of the members was Max Arilskov. Due to his early embracement of Italian fascism, he was nicknamed Denmark's Mussolini. From the very beginning, his fascism was, however, mixed with fanatical anti-Semitism, which he had picked up during his time as a volunteer in the Baltic Wars of Liberation. Due to conflicts over leadership and ideology, various national socialist parties emerged in Denmark. Actually, my colleague in Nordfalls, Claus Bundgaard Christensen, claims that there were more national socialist parties in Denmark than national socialists. And for some, National Socialism was regarded completely synonymous with anti-Semitism. This is certainly the case with translator Åge H. Andersen and his Nationalsocialistiske Arbeiderparti. founded in October 1935. This party was established as a direct result of Andersen being excluded from the bigger Danish National Socialist Party, Danmarks Nationalsocialistiske Arbeiderparti, headed by Fritz Clausen, on the ground of his monomanic anti-Semitism. As a supreme leader of his own party, Andersen could freely further his anti-Semitic conspiracism in his weekly journal Kamptegnet, the battle sign. The most fanatical core of this party also carried on their anti-Semitic activities within the association Dansk Anti-Jødisk Liga, Danish Anti-Jewish League. A member of this organization and also the party was the prominent former author and former social democrat and feminist Olga Elgers. She had first joined Fritz Clausen's party in 1934, but soon left and joined forces with Andersen. As with Andersen, her all-consuming interest was the Jewish question. Her newfound beliefs immediately made her the object of public scorn and ridicule, something which seemed only to have strengthened her resolve and radicalized her ideas. And then we turn to Finland, where I am completely dependent on Ola's wonderful contribution to the article, and he will dwell on some of these aspects of Finnish fascism later. In the 1920s, there were several attempts of establishing a sort of a nationwide far-right movement in Finland before the Lapua movement, as you all probably know, swept into success in the late 1929 or early 1930. One of the largest fascist-style organizations in Europe. One of these early organizations was the Viitasaari Patriotic Club, founded in 1929 as a local adjunct to the emerging Lapua movement. But the club also displayed accentuated forms of anti-Semitism, which very early made them come into conflict and friction with the mainstream of the Lapua movement. The Viitasaari Patriotic Club was the first to take up the struggle against Jews and Freemasons again as a part of its program, and brought together several very interesting personalities that highlight the importance of anti-Semitism also in Finnish history of early Finnish fascism. Among these is this guy, Gunnar Lindqvist. Gunnar Lindqvist was born in 1898. In 1915, he joined the ranks of the Finnish volunteers in the German Jäger Battalion 27, which participated in the Finnish Civil War on the white side. His tour of duty later brought him to the Estonian War of Independence and to the Finnish Freikorps, from which he drifted in the ranks of Rüdiger von Gold's Eisner Division in the Latvian War of Independence. Then he was demobilized in 1919 and spent some time in Germany, where he acquainted himself with National Socialism. But what seems to be more important influence than only what he experienced in Germany was his family background. His father, Rafael Lindqvist, a novelist and publisher, had already in 1919 published the first Finnish edition of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion in Swedish, and this is the first ever non-Russian edition of the Protocols. Anti-Semitism was thus not alien theme in interwar Finnish far-right, yet the Viitasaari people soon discovered that their anti-Semitic conspiracism was not a recipe for success within interwar Finnish far-right. Their attempt to make it an ideological core of the Lapua movement was not successful. And that isolated Lindqvist and other people of this organization within the margin of this broader fascist movement. And Gunnar Lindqvist went on to act as the editor for one magazine called For Freedom and Justice, For Frihet og Rett, which was completely dominated by anti-Masonic and anti-Semitic propaganda. And affiliated himself with a fascist organization called Finlands Folkorganisation. Okay, so with all this, a conclusion. Even if we dispute the role of German National Socialism in the Third Reich as introducing anti-Semitism in the Nordic societies and anti-Semitic conspiracism, the early German influence is evident, of course, both through the pre-National Socialist writers like Theodor Fritsch, but also, of course, as you have seen, through the theories of Erich Ludendorff. And for some of them, this influence was not only by reading his books, but with contact with the general himself. This has provided a very fruitful ground for providing sort of a conspiratorial, conspiracist framework in which they place their hatred to the Jews. It was not only because Jews were alien or racially inferior, but they were the evil machinators of a world conspiracy. Due to the dominating role of National Socialism later in spreading political anti-Semitism in the Nordic countries, there has been a tendency to overlook another very important influence. To the majority of these early promoters of fascism, Protocols of the Elders of Zion has greatly inspired them. And for some of them, it was not only reading the book, but also experiencing anti-Semitism with personal contact with the counter-revolutionary whites at the front. For instance, in the case of Arildsgaard, Furugård, and Lindqvist. The Protocols list of allies and puppets serving the Jewish world conspiracy is long. The conspiracist worldview, in such a conspiracist worldview, other conspiracies are easily integrated into an ever-expanding hierarchy of networks of foes and plots. This seemed to be the case with most of our actors, with Eugen Nielsen, with Elof Eriksson, in their belief in the Masonic conspiracy, and also the Jesuit conspiracy. This is obvious examples, but we can find many other examples. This actor's strained relation with the fascist movement they helped to introduce can, we arguably, explain by the nature of their all-encompassing anti-Semitism. This made it impossible for them to regulate the fight against world Jewry to a subordinate position within the wider scope of fascist politics. Conspiracist anti-Semitism was their worldview, and this created a conflict related to what we could call the epistemological hierarchy. Was anti-Semitism just a subordinate part of an overarching fascist Weltanschauung, or was fascism merely a political tool to spread an anti-Semitic conspiracist worldview? Their problem with marching in step with the fascist parties also was due to the particular self-perception which their conspiracist worldview created, namely as elected prophets of an imminent apocalypse. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Terje. And as Ola already stressed, we are in the luxury position that we are ahead of the time schedule, something which almost never happens on conferences. So we just decided that we use the opportunity to have a longer break, since we probably scheduled it a bit too short anyway. So we will have the break from now until 15:15, 45 minutes instead of only 15 minutes. I hope at least most of you appreciate that. Okay.
have the people sit down and then we can begin.
Yeah. Okay. Nå tror jeg vi er på. Now we are. I on you on too. You are too. Or on.
Okay, welcome everybody to the afternoon part of this brief little seminar. We have as the next speaker Nicola Karcha, who is an associate professor in the Østfold University College, not university, yeah, here in Norway.
You should know her now.
I do.
Yeah.
That's why I said it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, I just got the information before I start with my presentation that the coffee will only be served until 4 o'clock. Is that correct? So everybody who wants to have a coffee has to make sure that you get one before 4 o'clock. Yeah, I'm going to talk about National Socialisms in clinch, Norwegian National Socialists in interwar Germany, and the subtitle might be a little bit confusing because it's not only referring to the milieu of Norwegian National Socialists in Germany, it's also referring to a particular group called Norwegian National Socialists in Germany. And since they chose this rather unoriginal title, it's a bit difficult to differ between the milieu of a whole, which they're part of, and the group as such. And my idea when I wrote this chapter for this anthology and why I started focusing on this particular case is that I'm convinced that this group, Norwegian National Socialists in Germany, I think I will only refer to Norwegian National Socialists in the next 15 minutes, are kind of representative for what we call fragmented fascism. So the way they develop networks, the way they would run these networks is very similar to how other fascist Nordic groups were working on getting contact with the National Socialist regime, and also how they were interacting with each other. And then also it's a topic which is still understudied. I mean, this has changed in recent years. There's more research about Nordic networks, but there's still little research about their activities outside the Nordic countries. So this is a group which mainly operated in Germany and whose main agenda was actually directed towards Norwegians outside Norway. So when I started doing research on this, I was mainly asking me 3 questions. Firstly, what are the characteristics of not only the milieu as such, but this particular group? And obviously not every Norwegian National Socialist in Germany in the interwar years was particularly fond of this group. An example is the Norwegian Club, where you, for example, would have several convinced National Socialists among their members, but they were not convinced members of this particular group. This is, for example, from the guest book in 1939, and I'm not sure if you can read that, but it's an invitation to Hitler's 50th birthday saying Adolf 50 år. So this is something which was put into guest book to demonstrate that we are actually in contact with the National Socialist regime. And then, of course, the question is, how big is the impact of this group, and what was its role in not only Nazi Germany, but also as part of Norwegian fascist activities and a broader context as part of Nordic fascist activities. And I will come back to this at the end of my presentation, but I'm also wondering what kind of implications do we get from this group regarding the broader landscape of transnational entangled fascism. I don't think I need to say that much about Norwegian occupation history, but what is interesting, and you can say this about a number of groups actually, is that they had far more and far better networks to the National Socialist regime than actually National Assembly had. So it's very surprising for both them and Norwegians as a whole when Hitler himself decided to count on National Assembly in 1940 and made them the junior partner in the collaboration regime. So this was, for a lot of groups and activists, coming as a shock because they were working on these networks with the regime since the early 1930s, and then more or less for them out of the blue the decision is falling for Quisling. I take a starting point in what I call the Nordic milieu in the interwar years. I know Gustav is going to say a bit more about it, so I try to not take all the good points from you. And the Nordic milieu is a particular so to speak, environment of what was the Nordic movement, and I have identified the Nordic movement as a kind of wing in the bigger Folkish movement. So the Folkish movement was a radical nationalist, fascist, later on fascist, racist, anti-Semitic movement, usually in German research divided into the first wave, and during the German Empire, the Kaiserreich, and then you would have the second wave from 1918 after the First World onwards. And this particular milieu was not only focusing on these 3 points I just mentioned, radical nationalism, anti-Semitism, and racism, but it was also particularly focusing on collaboration, or at least cooperation with the Nordic countries, based on this understanding that we all belong to the same superior Nordic race. And these 3 groups, and as you know, Teija Melland has done extensive research on the SS, these 3 groups were from early on trying to develop these contexts to Scandinavian or Nordic proponents. So the Nordic Ring, which was founded in 1926, was most likely the first organization who, through its so-called Shiva ideologist Hans F. Gunther, tried to build networks to Nordic race scientists. Then you have the Nordic Society, which actually started out as a pure cultural society in the 1920s, then was put in line under the National Socialist regime and became, or was at least meant to be, the main multiplicator regarding networks to the Nordic countries. And then you have, of course, the SS, which at least from 1931 started systematically building networks to Nordic activists. You can discuss to which degree Norwegian National Socialists, and I'm referring again to the group, had contacts to, as an organization, to these 3 organizations, but at least we know that several of their leading members were closely associated with these 3 organizations or were part of them. So I will try to focus on especially 3 points: establishment, social structure, and political and ideological agenda. And I have to say that it's a quite fragmented source material. They most likely had a program which didn't survive the war, at least I didn't find it. Maybe there are other researchers who will be more lucky in the future. And they also had a private archive which most likely didn't survive the war. So that means really you have to work by snowball system, going from each protagonist to the next. What we do know is that they were founded in Western Berlin, very close to Kurfürstendamm in the Constanzerstraße. So this is a picture from the house where they had their headquarters from 1933 onwards. And they were established by a Norwegian called Paul Gudmund Gundersen in June 1933. And he was, before he established this own Norwegian National Socialist organization, in very close contact with the SS. Actually, he was a member of the SS and later on of the SR from at latest 1932. I think you know this better. And he was then asked by a fellow friend, SS member Adolf Egeberg Jr., who was leader of the Norway's National Socialist Workers' Party, if he would be willing to establish this organization, or at least he was first asked to join the SS and then later on most likely asked if he was willing to establish the Norwegian National Socialists, first meant as a foreign officer of NNSAP. So after he served in the SS for a while and he was in close contact with the Powerhouse during that period, the Powerhouse, which is the NSDAP headquarters in Munich, as you probably all know. After this period, he started his own organization in 1933. And within this group were especially 2 members who became important, and the first one is Olav Willy Ferman, who was an international businessman who actually at that point hasn't lived in Norway for about 20 years. So he was not very familiar with the local conditions or local politics in Norway, just moved to Germany, and he was in close contact with several leading SS members and also Himmler. So he became head of what was the Hamburg chapter in late summer 1933. Only remained in Norwegian National Socialists for a short period and left the organization in favor of National Samling. and he also later became head of National Samling's Foreign Office in 1940. I'm going to say a bit more about this later. The other person, and he's most likely the one who then became much more important than Gundersen himself, because Gundersen, who had lived for more than 15 years in Germany, actually moved back to Norway in 1935. Salomon Clausen then took over the organization. It was also his house I just started showing you in the beginning, where they had the headquarters. And he was not only founding member for NST, but he was also most likely the one who tried to develop a clear political profile. So you can see his member card from the organization. And this member card actually also came to play a certain role when, for example, Gestapo would investigate members of Norwegian National Socialists in regard to their political reliability. So I don't know how familiar you are with Germany or Berlin, but what is interesting, and this is particularly interesting for me because it's a huge difference compared to other Norwegian or Nordic activists, is a social structure or social background of this group. Because while most Norwegian activists were young, they had partly, as I just said, experience from German units like the SS. The members of this organization were about a generation older, as I write, well-established middle-aged men, and by middle-aged I mean like between 39 and 41. Most of them had lived in Germany for quite a while, so they were not just there as guests, they were actually living there permanently, and they partly also had German citizenship. Several of them were married to Germans, and they, most of them at least, had a background in business and engineering. So they were financially established, they were socially established, and you can tell this from when you go through the member register from where they live. So if you go take a map of Berlin, you would see that all of them live in western and southwestern Berlin, like Schlachtensee, Halensee, and so on and so forth. So there's almost no one who lives in the working class areas of the northeast, for example. So a lot of them would live in Lichterfelde. Regarding the Hamburg chapter, and the reason why I'm focusing on these two chapters is that there are so far almost no sources on the other chapters. So I know for sure that there was a chapter in Hamburg, and I also assume that there was one in Vienna, and probably several others, but so far there's only information about these two. So in Hamburg they would live around the Binnen- and Außenalster, which is until today one of the most expensive areas in Hamburg. Political gender or ideological gender, and this is difficult too because, as I just said, the program most likely didn't survive the war, so there were single individuals who tried to develop the agenda on behalf of the whole group, which were not that many members. I have a list where it says it's 60 members in 1940, but, and that is important, they only have lists of people who still were members in 1942. So that means that people who were in and out the organization, which was rather usual, people who would move back to Norway in 1940, which was very usual too, you wouldn't find them on the list. And then you would also later on have the lists which National Samling made in the 1940s in Germany, and then they would plop up again. What they most likely had in common altogether is solidarity with the National Socialist regime. And this is also interesting when I talk about National Socialisms in clinch, because regarding younger Norwegian activists who went back to Norway, for example, these groups, or at least several of them, tried to develop an own approach to National Socialism, develop own ideas about it, and you would also find that in the anthology in, for example, Tay Emberlands and Klaus Bundgaard Christensen's chapter, who describe a similar situation also for Denmark. So this is different because this organization was in solidarity with the National Socialist regime. At the same time, they considered cooperation with the regime as essential for the survival of the Nordic race. And another thing which also is interesting is that they were convinced that the true techniques had to be learned in Germany. So meaning if you really wanted to become a true National Socialist, you have to come to Germany and be trained up by them. The last aspect is this racist conspiracist anti-Semitism, which you would find in several letters and and statements. An example is also their cooperation with Weltdienst, which was a anti-Semitic conspiracy journal published in Germany from the late 1920s, early 1930s, and from the late 1930s, part of Alfred Rosenberg's office. And Norwegian National Socialists took a decisive role in establishing the Norwegian version, which came from 1940, and also one of their leading members was the main editor of this journal. You also would have a Swedish and Danish, and I don't think there was a Finnish edition, but there are at least several editions, over 20 by the 1945 from several European countries. And you also had, when I talk about this, statements or letters, and this would probably the most prominent example, this is Clausen. And as I said in the beginning, his name was Salomon Clausen, and he changed his name to Gunnar due to his radical anti-Semitism, because he considered Gunnar a particular Nordic name. So Gunnar Clausen at that point wrote to Quisling in February 1939, and this is a long letter where he also explains Quisling why the true National Socialism is only to learn in Germany and only through his own organization. He would say it's only helping oneself when one supports the Third Reich's endeavors to clean the Northern Germanic tribe. A never-ending war has already been declared by Jewry against the Aryan race, and since the Norwegian people are an ancient, pure, original Aryan race, we are already part of this war. So meaning this is not a choice. If you are a pure National Socialist, then you of course also have to fight for a Jewry. I also would like to say a little about Nordic cooperation. And this, for example, is from the National Socialist Danish newspaper Kampen, which I just got from Claus Bundgaard Christensen, where Norwegian National Socialists together with Swedish and Danish groups in Germany announced their political agenda, and I'm afraid you most likely can't read it. And I won't read all of it, it's Norwegian anyway. But one of the main points here is that they had an agenda of unifying all Scandinavians of what they say Aryan descendant on the basis of National Socialism. So this is one major point. And the other point is that they hoped to function as a role model for fellow countrymen at home. So this is the ideological part. It's a bit unclear still how much active they actually were regarding, for example, having joint gatherings. We know that there were joint gatherings. We know that they had joint proclamations also in the German National Socialist press. But again, there's still a lot of research to do, and this is also one of these main ideas we had with Norfars, that this is an opportunity where we can talk to each other, share sources, and approach these things together. Another point is then the cooperation with the NS regime. As I just said in the beginning, contact with the SS was crucial, at least in the startup phase. They later on became more proteges of the SR, which, for example, allowed them to wear SR uniforms. And membership in the group as such was also an indicator of political reliability. So, as I said, the Gestapo would, for example, check if Norwegians in Germany are a member of this particular group to make clear that they're politically loyal. And this is also something which the Norwegian Foreign Office ended up with in 1945, 1947, during the treason trials, because if you only were a member of this group, you wouldn't have a treason process after the war. That was only membership in National Assembly, and several of them became member of National Assembly that you would have your own treason trial. But there were still investigations coming from most likely the Norwegian Foreign Office, and they ended up saying that the membership in NNST, Norwegian National Socialists, under such circumstances, not only to treat as equal with participation in NS, it is much worse. The members of this association were in solidarity with NSDAP. In any case, it is clear that our worst traitors were recruited from this organization. And this was, I think, partly at least directly against persons like Fairman, for example, who became a leading member of National Assembly and also had a decisive role in the Norwegian SS. So as I said, this relation to National Samling is rather interesting, and I also think it's highly representative for Nordic fascism in general, that you would have these different small groups working on cooperation with an NS regime or with other Nordic groups for years, and then the collaboration of National Samling, their success comes as a surprise. So you have several attempts in the 1930s to get in touch with National Samling, maybe to cooperate, but all these attempts are actually in the end put down. And the main reason is probably ideological disagreements. One point which is mentioned several times is the Jewish question. Terry talked about anti-Semitism earlier today, that anti-Semitism is crucial also for Norwegian National Socialists, and in the 1930s they would still argue that National Samling is way too weak on that point. So most likely this is a reason why they turned cooperation down. And later on, when National Samling in 1940 established its Foreign Office, National Samlings utenriksorganisasjon, there is a new try to merge these two groups, this time coming from National Samling, and it then again is turned down by Norwegian National Socialists because of the conflicts they had in the 1930s. So Norwegian National Socialists hoped that maybe they would be the persons who would be in charge of this Foreign Office, that this position would be given to them. And in fact, it was Fährmann who ended up with that position, trying to lead the organization from Oslo. And that turned out into just a repetition of this major conflict they had earlier, that Fährmann was ideological, not reliable, that he'd been too weak, and that it was Norwegian National Socialists who were to be considered as the true representatives of National Socialism, so why they thought this position in Germany should be given to us. And I'm afraid you can't read that either, but it's interesting that National Samling then tried to restructure their National Socialist work in Germany based on networks which partly were built by Norwegian National Socialists. You have this, what they called Krets, these party chapters in Berlin, in Hamburg, in Dresden, in Vienna, with these, so to speak, sub-chapters for covering the whole German Reich. And they were quite successful afterwards. When you go through the lists of members of National Samling in Germany in the 1940s, you would find out that every third Norwegian living in Germany is actually a member of the party. And the reason for this might also be that when the bombing starts of Germany from 1942 mostly onwards, that Norwegians thought by entering National Samling it would be easier to get aid, because aid was organized by the party office together with the Red Cross. And National Samling would stress that it doesn't matter whether you're a member or not, that everybody should have access to help during the bombings, but my idea is that most of the people who were not members of National Samling became members in 1942 because of the war. So to sum up, as I said in the beginning, I think that the self-image and ambitions and also the form of cooperation this particular group developed is very representative for the complexity of Nordic fascism. And you might of course say, okay, they were not particularly large, but these other groups weren't either. And they were also not particularly visible outside their own political milieu, but they were at least at times quite successful in building these networks. Maybe less to the NS regime as such. Other groups seem to be more successful, but to build networks to other Nordic groups. And this also made it difficult for them to cooperate with groups like National Samling in their home countries, and you can say the same about Denmark, that they consider themselves as true representatives of National Socialism, so they were very little willing to become junior partners in a cooperation with local traders or collaborators at home. So again, you have similar conflicts in other Nordic movements, and you have also similar sorts of cooperation. So whatever this group is small, but it's very characteristic for how Nordic fascism looks like in the interwar years. So thank you. I think I'm going to end here. Yeah. And maybe we just continue directly with Gustav.
I think it's
Oh, it's you. Sorry,
me.
it's you. Yeah. I've introduced you earlier, but I'm most happy to do it again.
Okay.
But this is my dear colleague Ola Sivenoin from University of Helsinki, where he is an associate professor and researcher, as I said, also leading expert on anti-Semitism and the Holocaust in Finland, and he's also coordinating this network Norfas together with me for a couple of years now. Thank you. And I leave you.
Thank you, Nicola. Right. This picture you've seen already once today. It's taken in the summer of 1930, depicts one of the greatest moments of strength of the Lapua movement, the Finnish fascist organization, whose members here are marching through Helsinki in typical peasant garb. My chapter in this book is a political biography of one man, Erik Serlachius, who at the same time represents an examination of the phenomenon of fellow traveler. Serlachius, pictured here in the spring of 1940 in his newly constructed home in Mäntä, central Finland, was never a fascist himself. He was never a member of a fascist organization, never used a kind of symbolism or even that kind of language typical to the fascists. Throughout his life, what can be gleaned from his political views, he was a man of conservative but moderate political right. Yet, at times of his career, he came very close to organizations like the Lapua movement, which he, for a period of time, together with his father, ardently supported, and thought that the movement served a noble cause. So I'm trying to sort of examine his mindset, what made him think and act the way he did. Serlachius was from the birth raised up as an heir and a future manager of his father's pulp and paper mill in Mäntä. He was born in the midst of riches into a Swedish-speaking industrialist family. His grandfather and father had both been pulp mill managers, and so would the boy be as well. He lived in a very cosmopolitan world. He was educated in Dresden, Germany, and then later in France, and spent an internship in the United States. In a very Nordic environment, in the sense that the Nordic pulp and paper industrialists were a rather tight-knit community, tied together by the language and business interests, and particularly the cartels that they started to form from the 1920s onward to reduce conflicts between their market interests. He was also or at least as an interesting aside, it might be mentioned that while in Dresden in 1919 and 1920, he was there. He lived as a subtenant of a Norwegian called Albert William Hagelin, who later served in Quisling's government and got executed for treason, as you probably very well know. This was Erik Serlachius' world. This is the family pulp mill in Mäntä, depicted in the early 1930s. A typical sort of example of this kind of industry, where the factory had originally been built around a rapid and then later expanded. Such industrial towns were usually characterized by a rather rigid hierarchy, which can be seen from this picture as well. the more the higher you were in that hierarchy of the mill, the closer you live to the factory. So the villas of the topmost managers are here close to the factory, and then the lower echelons lived further from the actual action. Mäntä was very much a town that had grown around the factory and was otherwise entirely without a history as an urban environment. And by the mid-1930s, the whole village, or the whole town, had been transformed by the presence of the mill and the company. Here you can see in mid-1930s the new buildings, the new company headquarters here in the foreground, and behind it the Mäntä church that had also been built by the company. Everything in there was run by the company and served its interest. So what made him tick? Yes, in Finland it all comes down to the civil war of 1918. This is a picture of Finnish Red Guards in the spring of 1918. So you can see them, they are mere boys. One of them is obviously a Russian soldier in Russian military garb. They don't look too frightening, but say for the non-socialist Finns, they were the harbinger of everything that they thought to be dangerous and bad. And that's why the experience of the Civil War really became the key formative experience for both the Finnish left and the Finnish right of the interwar period. Some members of the right can be seen in this picture. Notable figures are the author Kyösti Vilkuna, who is standing here, who became, besides being a prolific novelist and playwright and poet, he was also one of the earliest Finnish fascists. And the man sitting here, whose name is Vihtori Kosola, who became the leader of the Lapua movement, well known in Finland. The Civil War was fought on the white side by, first of all, the civic guards, who after the war were made to be a permanent fixture of the Finnish interwar society. A nationwide organization whose prime justification was to prevent a new red uprising. And it is to the civic guards that men like Erik Serlachius also naturally belonged. Another feature among those who would, after the Civil War, move further to the right and become Finnish fascists was a disappointment first to the white mainstream, who in the eyes of the radicals were way too quick to make peace after the Civil War and way too quick to allow the former Reds back into society. And in due course, they were also disappointed to the Republic and the Republican everyday of the Finnish Republic after 1919. Amongst themselves, men like Vilkuna and Kosola developed a Finnish sense of a vittoria mutilata, to paraphrase an Italian term, and came to see as the Civil War as an abortive attempt to create a genuinely white Finland. And this would serve as a key motivating factor for the Finnish far right after the Civil War, that you needed to defend the heritage of 1918 and you needed to attempt to recreate that white Finland that they couldn't quite reach in the Civil War. The next three pictures will, in quick succession, just describe Erik Serlachius' position in the interwar Finland's hierarchy. This one is taken in May 1918. This is the headquarters staff of Finland's White Army after they've conquered Helsinki. In the middle stands General Mannerheim, who would later lead the Finnish armed forces, and here, quite close, is Erik Serlachius' father, Gösta. What is remarkable in men like him is that he had absolutely no military training at all, yet he rose to be a lieutenant colonel in the White Army, and that was mainly due to his position as an industrialist who could use both his organizational skill and his economical resources to support the White cause. It sort of immediately raised him into the hierarchy of the White Army and the White Finland. Here you can see almost the same people 20 years later in the 20 years anniversary of the Civil War. Mannerheim is in the middle, surrounded by military attaches of several countries, and Erik's father is here. There you can see another similar kind of character, Rudolf Walden, who went on to serve as a general and defense minister in the interwar period, even though also his military experience was limited to a few years in the Imperial Russian Army. But he, like Gösta Serlachius, was a wealthy pulp and paper industrialist, which explained his rise into the highest echelons. And later, this is from the same year, 1938. It's taken in the Serlachius family estate in Mäntä. I don't know where Gösta Serlachius is, but you can see Erik Serlachius here in his civic guard uniform. Right. After the Civil War, we ended up more, let's say that Finland entered a period of gestation of wider far-right movement, but it begins already in the early 1920s. And the first sign of an attempt of some key white activists at creating the White Finland that the Civil War had so markedly failed to achieve was the creation of a nationwide strikebreaker organization, Koncernen Exportfreden in its Swedish name. And here the Serlachius family was again in a key position, because Gösta Serlachius was one of the first initiative takers, and the strike-breaking activities and organizations directly served their industry as well. The organization was led by Martti Pihkala, who is depicted here, described even by his own brother as a totally humorless man, which you can probably guess. But this is a very illustrative picture taken at the time of the Civil War. Here he is in his White Guards uniform with a German hand grenade at the table. And it may not be a coincidence that Pihkala was also one of the earliest Finnish fascist visionaries who already in the spring of 1918 wrote an openly, clearly fascist, essentially fascist pamphlet on the future of Finland, even though, of course, he would not still yet use the word. Strike-breaking, nevertheless, was understood by these white activists as a patriotic duty of every white Finn, because it was directed against the power of the political left and especially the communists to cause trouble to the export industries. Strikebreaking also provided the first organizational framework for later mass movements of the far right by enrolling men like Martti Pihkala and Vihtori Kosola into its activities and helping them to gain experience in leadership and later rising into position. The employers, people like the Sedlakius family, did not restrict themselves to only strike-breaking organization, however. They conducted in the interwar period a multi-pronged assault on the trade unions dominated by the political left. It would include rival white trade unions who were set up mainly by people who were fascist activists anyway, with the idea that the white unions would tempt the workers away from the socialist-controlled mainstream trade unions. They were mostly not a success, but anyway. They would conduct industrial espionage against their own workers, meaning that there were embedded agents in the factory floors who would listen to the workers and then try to discern who of them was a communist or a left-wing sympathizer or troublemaker in some other kind. There was propaganda directed at the workers through newspapers that were subsidized by the employer, so that you could subscribe to the newspapers cheaper than to other ones, but the newspapers would contain stories embedded by the employers and their organizations. And one attempt at sort of re-educating the Finnish worker and making him abandon the left-wing trade unions was the setting up of vocational schools, with the idea that there you could teach the proper patriotism, proper values to the workers. And then in the late 90s we see the growth, the foundation of the first Civil War White Army Veterans Unions, which later became very important to far-right mass movement mobilization. And then we come to Lapua, which in this pamphlet which is clearly directed to the foreign market, is described as an anti-communist movement. And that indeed was the, should I say, clarion call of the Lapua movement when it tried to attract mass support. I would characterize the movement from its core as fascist, but they would never use that kind of word. They would speak of a Christian and moral movement whose sole purpose was to crush communist activity in Finland. And that proved to be a simple enough way of describing a movement that could attract mass support from the side of the general non-socialist Finnish population, and for a time make Lapua a genuinely mass movement. At the heart of its ideology, nevertheless, was the idea that the white Finland of 1918 had to be defended and had to be made into reality. And this is something, this was an agenda that the trade and industry circles in the country at first very eagerly supported. They basically paid much of the expenses of the Lapua movement at its heyday. Men like Josta Sedlakius, Erik's father, would sit there and funnel money to the movement, and Erik himself was at the ground level helping the movement to organize and equip itself. The heyday of the Lapua movement was in 1930, culminating in the so-called Peasants' March, from which the first picture was taken. Its fall came rather quickly. By 1932, it would start an abortive uprising among the civic guards, which came into nothing, and with that, soon enough, the whole movement was abolished. It transformed itself into a political party, but this never led to a political breakthrough. It caused the final split from the major party of the moderate right, and by 1944, by the Finnish Soviet armistice, the party was disbanded as a fascist organization. That was the end of it. And by that time, also people like Erik Sarlakius had for a long time ago moved from openly or discreetly supporting the movement in any way. But this is, I guess, one kind of vignette of how and why an essentially non-fascist person could end up in supporting the goals and activities of a fascist organization. And I do think that it tells us something about the ability of radical movements to, at least for temporarily, attract wider support. Thank you. Yeah. So let me welcome our next speaker, Gustav Forsell, who is working on his doctoral thesis in Uppsala University. Welcome, Gustav.
Let's see. Yeah, it's on. Perfect. So, I believe that at least some of you have heard about Atlantis, the legendary civilization probably first described by Plato in his dialogues Timaeus and Critias, in which Atlantis is depicted as a sacred island, a place of heroism, energy, and marvelous beauty, before it ultimately sunk into the sea in one terrible day and night of storm. While this civilization is commonly believed to be a myth and probably never existed, the story of a grandiose civilization which was believed to have fallen into oblivion became influential among esoteric fascists in the Nordic countries. As I argue in my chapter in the anthology Nordic Fascism, the myth of Atlantis is intimately linked to the Nordic in Nordic fascism, and that esoteric narratives about the mythical golden age have held a significant position in fascist conceptions of the North. This racialized version of a widely spread myth highlights ideas of how the Nordic race was believed to have originated in order to stress the imagined supremacy of the Nordic race. Besides its differences in shapes and contexts, the basic idea of a racialized myth of Atlantis is that the heroic, inventive, and culture-creating Nordic race originated in a mythical habitat located in the extreme north. Sometimes called Atlantis, Hyperborea, or Ultima Thule, this was believed to have been a place from which the Nordic race then migrated to the south, conquered the world, and founded every high civilization throughout history, all of which then degenerated, especially through race mixing. In a Swedish interwar fascist context, this idea was aptly illustrated by the pseudonym Arman in the anti-Semitic magazine Nationen, which Terje mentioned previously. In 1934, Arman published a 5-part article series entitled Kristendomen, den eviga urariska religionen, in the magazine, printed as a pamphlet by Eriksson later that same year, and then spread by him to fascist publishing houses in both Finland and the United States. Arman's idea was that, and I quote, that the Aryan science, which has recently resurfaced, says that everything the official churches say about the origin of our religion and Christianity is false. Christianity is a primordial Aryan religion. In the Nordics, in the soul of Nordic man, the Aryan, this religion emerged. Based on this idea, Arman claimed that the holy city of God was not Jerusalem, but the legendary city of Atlantis, and suggested that the Canary Islands, Ireland, Scotland, Iceland, Greenland, and Scandinavia represented remnants of its civilization. In addition, Arman claimed that religion was the highest creation of civilization, and that aspects of it were to be found in Christianity and Buddhism, as well as in Maya, Greek, and Norse mythologies. And therefore, Arman suggested a return to so-called Atlantean Christianity, as practiced before it allegedly was defiled by Jews. This revived form of Christianity, as imagined, should then mark the path to what was described as the new epoch of Aryan truth. Of course, the myth of Atlantis far from always comes in a racial or fascist shape. Nevertheless, the racialized Atlantis myth, which I analyze in this chapter, has a long prehistory, and I believe that at least two historical streams are important to highlight. First, racial ideas of Atlantis were largely based on race theories which were mainstream in the contested terrain of late 19th and early 20th century race thinking. In this context, the race theory usually called Nordicism is of high relevance. Popularized in the late 19th century, the basic idea of Nordicism is that the Nordic race is a superior but endangered race descending from the far north. Nordicism's main argument was that if a so-called white race was considered superior to other races, one should look for its origins where it was believed to have remained most pure. Whereas Nordicists varied on where they believed this place was believed to have located, they generally identified it as Northern Europe. Second, interwar fascist interpretations of Atlantis were partly based on racialized esoteric thought. These ideas were themselves drawn from, for instance, esoteric ideas of Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, the founder of Theosophy in New York City in 1875. While Theosophy is intricately complex and impossible to describe accurately within the frames of this talk, it is important to note here that Blavatsky elaborated on the evolution of 7 root races, but only described the first 5, as the last 2, according to her ideas, have not yet materialized. The first 3 root races, the Astral, the Hyperborean, and the Lemurian, were proto-human races that gradually lost their divine traits and became more man-like. The 4th root race, the Atlanteans, developed in the mid-Atlantic Ocean and was succeeded by the current 5th root race, the Aryans. Sorry. So the basic idea of Blavatsky's root race theory is that Aryans are of divine origin, degenerated into humans, and will continue to degenerate throughout the course of history, but will eventually, in correspondence with the cyclical processes of the cosmos, ascend back into divinity. Nordicism and esoteric ideas were combined in the Ariosophic milieu, a romantic, reactionary, and millenarian current in the Völkisch movement. Through this synthesis, Ariosophists vindicated a grand era of German or Aryan world rule. Ideas that the Nordic race originated in Atlantis filled in this respect an important role. Guido von List, for instance, a key figure in Ariosophy, drew on Norse mythology by expounding on Aryans as representing Blavatsky's 5th root race and considering them as both descendants of the Atlanteans and the kinsfolk of a giant Bergelmir. Another important figure in Ariosophy, the former Cistercian novitiate Jörglans von Liebenfels, who represented what might be referred to as the Christian branch of Ariosophy, claimed that the Atlantean root race had evolved into two antagonistic subspecies, divine Aryans and dark-skinned demonic races called animal men. Based on this idea, Liebenfels claimed that Aryans were the chosen people of God, but that they degenerated because of idolatry and persistent interbreeding with animal men, which he believed threatened the very existence of Aryan race. Liebenfels embedded his ideas in notions of Atlantis by proposing an Aryan migration from the Nordics in two waves. The first moving southwards to the Mediterranean basin during the Stone Age, and the second moving eastwards to the Red Sea, India, China, and ultimately Japan. And this made him claim that Aryans were culture bearers and creators of every supreme civilization in history. And accordingly, he suggested that the Aryans' anthropological root, as he called it, should be sought in the West, either, and I quote, in the New World or in the legendary Atlantis, end of quotation. List and Liebenfels' ideas were elaborated upon by other Ariosophists in Germany and Austria in the early 20th century. They promoted the possibility of tracing Aryan genealogy back to their Atlantean homeland as imagined by examining the Old Testament, the Eddas, and the Vedas, because these scriptures were said to depict a prehistoric, heroic Aryan Atlantean high civilization. This idea largely drew on Blavatsky's ideas, who claimed that Moses, Siddhartha Gautama, Confucius, Jesus, and Zarathustra were solely transmitters of what Blavatsky referred to as the universally diffused religion of the ancient and prehistoric world. Such notions were then interlocked with theories later institutionalized in Nazi Germany, proclaiming that Aryans descended from the extreme north from which it spread across the globe. The prominent National Socialist ideologue Alfred Rosenberg stated in his influential Der Mythos des 20. Jahrhunderts, which has sold at least 733,000 copies in Germany alone by 1939, the following in quite a lengthy quotation. Only there, in the far north, could the sharp divisions of the halves of the sun be made. Only there could the sun to the core of the soul become a certainty for the life-renewing, creative, primordial content of the world. And that is why the old, ridiculous hypothesis is now becoming a probability that from a Nordic center of creation, we call it the Atlantis without committing ourselves to the assumption of a sunken Atlantic continent, swarms of warriors emigrated radiantly as the first witnesses of a renewed incarnating Nordic wanderlust to conquer, to shape. In this case, it is important to not overemphasize alleged esoteric underpinnings to the National Socialist German Workers' Party. National Socialism, as practiced in the NSDAP or elsewhere, was internally contradictory but coherent enough to hold together as an ideology. The basic idea of a revolutionary national or racial rebirth allowed for a wide range of visions to emerge, and these included racialized, esoteric ideas about the supreme race which was believed to have originated in a mythic Nordic habitat. So whereas Rosenberg, who was more interested in mythology and folklore, it was the SS Ahnenerbe, headed by Heinrich Himmler, which would become the Nazi German institution arguably most interested in Atlantis as the primordial homeland of the Nordic race. The Ahnenerbe was established at the SS headquarters in Berlin on the 1st of July in 1935 by Himmler and Hermann Wirth, amongst others, and was devoted to the task of promoting the idea that Germans descended from a pristine race in the far north. Launched as a department of the SS Race and Settlement Main Office, Vianen besought, according to its guidelines, to research the space, spirit, and action of Nordic Indo-Europeanism, to bring the research results into life and convey them to the German people, and to call on every national comrade to participate in this aim. In this project, Herman Wirth was a key figure in Vianen early years, that is, until the institute was converted into a more efficient research institute in 1937, when Wirth was succeeded by the Indologist Walter Wüst. Born in Utrecht in 1885, Wirth dedicated himself at an early stage to ideas promoted by the Völkisch movement and eventually moved to Germany. And shortly before Vianen was established, he became a member of Himmler's SS. In 1928, a few years before joining the SS, Wirth published Der Aufgang der Menschheit, an almost 700-page volume arguing that Nordic culture originated in an Arctic Atlantean high civilization that encompassed North America and Northern Europe, whose inhabitants practiced a monotheistic urreligion, and, after the continent had sunk into the sea, developed runes, which, according to Wirth, was the oldest writing system in the world that would, if interpreted correctly, expose the entire spiritual heritage of the Nordic race. These ideas were then put into practice in Vianen organization. Just a few days after Vianen was established, an expedition to Sweden headed by Wirth was initiated. The purpose was to examine petroglyphs or runes in the Swedish regions of Bohuslän and Östergötland. In the summer of that year, the expedition crew made plaster casts of what Wirth called the most important cult symbolic main motifs of the Neolithic and Bronze Age Swedish rock carvings. Himmler was enthused when Wirth presented the expedition findings during a movie screening in February 1936 and approved to finance a second expedition, this time to both Sweden and Norway. After a first stop in Bohuslän, the expedition crew, consisting of Wirth and 5 other SS members, crossed the Norwegian border where they made castings of petroglyphs at Solberg, Beitstad and Rødøy in Nordland. Wirth was also permitted to complete castings at the museums in Trondheim. At the end of the first expedition in the summer of 1935, Wirth was invited to hold a lecture for the Mannheim Society, a Swedish fascist or at least a pro-Nazi society established on the initiative of the engineer Karl-Anfred Karlberg in September 1934. The topic of Wirth's lecture was Sweden and the oldest history of Germanic spirits. And when the Mannheim Society announced Wirth's lecture in his party magazine, Wirth was described as a genius, a fascinating researcher, and the founder of a New World explanation theory. In his lecture, held in Stockholm in September 1935, Wirth rejected the notion that Germanic culture originated in Asia. He claimed that the Nordic Germanic race was a culture-creating race, and he stressed that the Nordic race stands before a renaissance. And when the lecture ended, the audience rewarded him with lively applause. Racialized esoteric ideas were present in the activities of the Mannheim Society both before and after Herman Wirth's lecture. Karl-Anfred Karlberg posited that the Swedish people descended from the Holy Land of the Hyperboreans and that the Swedish nation was the primordial homeland of Nordic Aryan race. Ernst Bernhard Almqvist, the director of the society and a professor at the Karolinska Institute in Stockholm, incorporated the Ariosophist Frenzol Schmidt's ideas and stated, similar to Arman, whom I previously mentioned, that the Aryan race had been adhering to a primordial Christianity without so-called Jewish falsifications for thousands of years. And lastly, the pastor Nils Hannes, who was in charge of religious issues in the society, declared in a pamphlet setting the Mannheim Society's religious guidelines that Hermann Berit had accomplished extremely extensive research into the oldest religious conditions of humanity, Atlantean Nordic primordial faith. So, to conclude, it should be highlighted, first of all, that esoteric ideas were marginal in interwar Nordic fascism, at least in the case of Sweden. But this doesn't mean that they don't deserve scholarly attention, as they highlight different aspects of the fascist mythopoeic processes. Studies on possible relations, or fragments as we call them in this book, between, in this case, esoteric and fascist thought, are only in its cradle. A premise for undertaking such an endeavor, in my opinion, is first to take various national and transnational circumstances into consideration. Second, to focus on careful historical contextualization. And third, to avoid popular oversimplification. By doing so, it is possible to understand both how and why some Nordic fascists were drawn to esoteric thought. And most likely, they were so as an attempt, amongst other possible venues, to make sense of the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gustav. And we're coming to our last presentation today by our colleague Tommy Coton from Jyväskylä University in mid-Finland. Welcome. And And we also suggest, since we are still ahead of the schedule, that we, after Tommy's presentation, directly start our concluding discussions with all members of the network.
Yes, thank you. You can hear me. I suppose this is on. Yes, my chapter in the book focuses the case of Finland, and especially on the Finnish Cold War era fascist networks and organizations, and even more specifically, I will take a look what kind of international connections and context these Finnish rather marginal groups actually created during the Cold War years, from the 1945 until the early 1990s. It's also worth mentioning that, as for example shown in our soon-to-be published literature review, that Cold War era in general is very much understudied in all the Nordic countries. We don't actually know very much what has happened during the Cold War years in Denmark, not even Norway or in Finland. This, of course, much more interest has focused on the era of before the World Wars and the war years in some countries, very much justifiably, but also it is important in this sense to understand that quite often actually the roots of these movements we see on the streets today, they may draw their inspiration also from the organizations which were created during the Cold War. For example, Nordic Rikspartiet is a group that created in Sweden in the 1950s, which is still inspiring, for example, Nordic Resistance Movement. That's why I think it's quite relevant also try to fill this kind of a research gap between contemporary and pre-war fascist movements. This study is based partly also on my book published in 2018, which is unfortunately not available at the local bookstores because it's published only in Finnish. So what was the situation with the Finnish fascist movements at the start of the Cold War? Well, First in 1944 with the interim peace after Finland lost its war with the Soviet Union, and then later codified in the 1947 Paris Peace Treaty. Finland had to dissolve all these kind of organizations of a fascist type, or military or paramilitary organizations which might be seen as hostile to the allied nations. This Paris Peace Treaty is actually also a part of the Finnish legislation, and at least theoretically it is still in effect that Finland shouldn't be allowing any kind of fascist organization created in Finland, but this has not been the actual case since the 1990s, when the Paris Peace Treaty, these political stipulations of the treaty, were kind of seen that they are no more valid because all the allied nations have some allied nations, especially Soviet Union, has disappeared from the field. In 1945 or 46, some even as early as in the autumn 1944, several leaders of the Finnish fascist organizations were either arrested, some were put into house arrests into the countryside, so they couldn't influence any way the Finnish politics, so quite many of them actually at least temporarily left the country through Sweden in most cases, I suppose. And also more than 3,000 organizations were proscribed in Finland on the basis of peace treaty and as coordinated by the Allied Control Committee in Finland, Commission in Finland, which had its headquarters right in the middle of Helsinki at the Torni Hotel. These organizations which were proscribed included obviously National Socialist groups and parties, fascist organizations, but also organizations which might be seen later, from the later perspective, less harmful organizations like aviation clubs and so on. And this, of course, was something that was heavily criticized also by the political right during those years. So how did they survive still? There's no, basically every kind of political activity was banned in Finland. You couldn't take part in election in Finland or do any kind of open public political propaganda even. Well, there was more or less continuous activity in Finland despite all of these limitations. There were small groupuscules which were not perhaps kind of officially any kind of fascist organizations, but even might have followed the fascist ideas, and in their internal discussions quite openly celebrate, for example, Third Reich, but they couldn't act openly. These were created especially starting from the 1950s, but continuously until the end of the Cold War as well in Finland. Two key strategies for the survival for the Finnish groups was that first one could go abroad and create international links with other groups and movements, and that kind of way maybe gain some kind of support from the groups abroad. And other strategy was metapolitics, meaning, well, in general, any kind of non-direct, especially cultural means of influencing politics. At the early stages, starting from the early 1950s, especially the Swedish-speaking Finns were most active group or network who tried to rebuild connections abroad and rebuild the old connections, perhaps the connection they already had before the World War with their fascist comrades, for example, in Sweden. Or they tried to also maintain some kind of a contact with groups like Malmö Movement, which is right-wing international organization, and which had among one of its leaders was Per Engdahl, who was creating his base in Malmö. Swedish-speaking Finns quite often, many of these former fascist leaders Swedish-speaking fascist leaders in Finland saw Finland actually as a lost case. They saw that maybe we could still establish some kind of a Swedish-speaking irredenta in Finland, which could perhaps avoid the open Soviet influencing. Otherwise, the Finnish-speaking part of Finland was seen as a lost case that would be actually permanently under Soviet control. Because Finland was seen as a kind of a lost case, they therefore directed the activities outside borders. Quite often they, for example, published their theses in Swedish or Norwegian papers like Volkolando, Fria Ord, or also publications by Malmö movement or European social movement, as it was officially called, which published their own journal, Nation och Europa. Since the late 1950s, especially important contact point for the Finns was Nordic Rikspartiet. It was created in 1956, and quite early also the Finnish-speaking Finns started to share their ideas and send their reports about the situation in Finland to the newspaper. And also quite substantial amount of Finns ordered their newspapers. Nordic Rikspartiet also was the first kind of international organization which created its small local chapter in Finland in the late 1960s. Metapolitical activism included, especially in the 1960s, and done by the youth groups in Finland, glorifying the veterans, supporting their cause, but also later the Holocaust denial in Finland. First book-length presentation of Holocaust denial ideas was published in 1977, which was translation of a British writer who was also a National Front member. Original title was "Did 6 Million Really Die?" and this was published by the Finnish Nazi leader Pekka Siito in 1977. Also, rituals, of course, were part of creating certain kind of less direct, perhaps, influencing in politics. Sometimes, of course, this kind of ritual connection building might come from the other direction as well, like Swedes celebrating Swedish veterans who took part in the Finnish wars, Winter War, for example. Here below shown in a picture, Nordic Resistance Movement celebrating a Swedish soldier who died during the Winter War in 1939. If one name needs to be named about regarding the Finnish fascist or neo-Nazi movement, then Pekka Siito perhaps is the only name worth remembering. Siito influenced, of course, heavily the Finnish scene since the early 1970s. He continued his activities until the early 2000s. Initially, actually, he tried to create his ideas around less political front and embraced esoteric and occult ideas, and he has also had his own kind of interpretation of Satanism, which was, like all his political ideas, to some extent a kind of eclectic collection of ideas he could then present to the media and then gain publicity through this kind of means. Siito started to certain extent, at least, influenced by his spiritual activities and his reading of esoteric and material and stuff, he started to orient towards openly National Socialist ideas in the mid-1970s. And he was his groups were proscribed in 1977 when Seaton's party vice chairman did an arson attack at the Communist Press office in Helsinki, and one of his supporters also sent a letter bomb to a Communist Party office in Vaasa. Seaton still remains kind of a cult figure, and well, he was one. As was mentioned, he introduced, for example, Holocaust denial to Finland, and also linked into these ideas was that he was closely collaborating in the 1970s with the Nordic Rikspartiet members and its supporters, who also feed to him the idea that Holocaust denial is actually some kind of a gateway to the National Socialist ideas. That's why it is important that Holocaust denial will be brought to Finland as well. From the international perspective, perhaps even more important, a figure in Finland who was not actually that much active in Finland was Nils Mandel, who recently passed away. Nils Mandel is the man on the top left image. He's second from the right with the party leader Vera Uredsson. This is something like mid-1970s. Originally, Mandel was from Helsinki. He started the Nordic Rikspartiet chapter in the late 1960s and moved later to Sweden already in the early 1970s. And he was leading in the 1970s the Nordic Rikspartiet's street organization, or so-called action groups, which also did some firebomb attacks in Stockholm in 1974, in the connection of which Mandel also was convicted. Nils Mandel was by occupation designer and printer. He produced material, for example, for the Swedish Democrats in the 1980s, and simultaneously actually used a similar kind of design for the Finnish groups. This is all late 1980s image from a Swedish neo-Nazi organization, and this is both designed by Nils Mandel. That was his. He also produced leaflets for the Finnish scene and Swedish scene already during his activism in the Nordic Rikspartiet in the 1970s. Mandel's career continued until the 1990s. He still was in the late 1990s, at least in Finland. His leaflets were spread in Finland, and he also, as a capable designer, he also feeded several other countries in Europe. Even though Nils Mandel died last year, before the Swedish election, his design actually was visible in the Alternative for Sveriges campaign. This is the image on the top right. Is from their campaign propaganda poster, which actually is designed by Nils Mandel. It was originally designed in the early 1980s, and also used by, for example, by the quite famous Swedish right-wing music group Ultima Thule in the mid-1980s. And of course, it's not only that Alternative for Sverige tries to convey somehow that the idea is not just to copy the old slogans by the Alternative for Sverige, but they also try to convey the meaning that they are actually beginning to the roots of the Sverigedemokraterna. sort of copying their slogans and their images and so on from the 1980s. They kind of underline the point that they are actually true to the original idea of the Sweden Democrats, and they should therefore be supported. Well, shortly end with the comment on these transnational links especially between the Nordic countries. Of course, nowadays they are at least as important as ever for the Finnish groups. Of course, they are not anymore the means for surviving. Finnish groups, fascist groups, can more or less openly act even without the explicit foreign support. But also, what has changed to some extent, that Finland has also become sort of a more equal partner in this Nordic cooperation. Swedish activists, for example, Swedish extreme right bands visit Finland. Swedish activists join the demonstrations in Finland, like this is a couple of years ago in Helsinki demonstration with the swastika flags with the Nordic Resistance Movement Finnish members, and also a Swedish member who was arrested during the demonstration in Helsinki. And of course, even more underlining the equal relationship between Nordic countries nowadays is that well, we have seen the kind of Finnish export product in the form of Soldiers of Odin. I suppose it is the first Finnish organization which has actually spread its influence also in all the Nordic countries. And this kind of shows that the pan-Nordic element is also continuously important and useful also for these Finnish groups to spread their propaganda, despite Finland not being historically speaking any kind of a Viking country. Finnish groups successfully have also used Viking imagery and name from the Viking mythology. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Tommy. We have now some time for comments and questions. I suggest that if you want to say something or ask something, you just raise your hand and I will pass on the microphone. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Torgeir Fjærtoft. I'm a retired Norwegian diplomat who spent time in Germany in the 1980s when the war generation was still active, and I had many interesting conversations. And my question is specifically about the continuities from the 20s and 30s up through the war and the Cold War and today. And obviously there will always be people with strange ideas of different provenance. But the danger is when these ideas can become mainstream, as we see, for example, in the United States under Trump, potentially in Sweden now with the Swedish Democrats and so on. So I wonder if you could, or the other panel members and experts could address that specific question, to what degree you see potential or latent dangers of similar major political and social movements in the Nordic countries today. Thank you.
Is there someone who feels that this is particularly to your expertise? I might begin in that case. From my experience is that the modern movements tend to be very conscious of history and the past should I say brethren movements, and they give great weight to history in general. You can see that, for example, from the Nordic Resistance Movement, that they have regularly published material which celebrates, for example, National Socialist, often German heroes of theirs, and they seem, in that sense, to pay very much attention to the past. At the same time, however, I would venture to say that among these movements there is not a visible tendency to try to sort of recreate the conditions that led to the success of fascist organizations in the past. They realize that that times have changed and the circumstances are very, very different. For example, the Finnish far right was very quick after the Second World War to just discard some sort of key ideological tenets, such as the pursuance of Greater Finland and territorial expansion, which used to be at the absolutely ideological core, but was almost overnight abandoned after the war. But I do believe some of my colleagues have something to add or contradict me. Do you?
As I got the impression you were asking about the continuities, and there are different stories within the Nordic countries, because in Norway, Denmark, and I guess also with Finland, there is a break. It's a very significant break from the fascist movements of the 30s, and the big problem of re-establishing themselves after the war. In Sweden, there are much more continuities. There is no reckoning after the war. So Sweden has been sort of the center of the continuities of fascism from the 30s, during the war, and after the war. You had the first attempt of establishing a sort of a world and national socialist movement again in the Malmö International in the 50s and so on. Our colleague at the Nordfas network, Helene Löv, did her research in the 80s among white Aryan resistance groups in Gothenburg and the south of Sweden, and she discovered that some of these activists in the 80s, and many of them continued into the Nordic Resistance Movement later, were fourth-generation Nazis in their families. And this is a different story with Sweden than any of the other Nordic countries, where they have to re-establish themselves, and the continuities are not that significant, though, of course, some family traditions and so on. But like, for example, when the Nordic Resistance Movement tried to mark themselves publicly on 9th of April by saying, "We are back," it doesn't ring very much, it doesn't get any support in Norway. So I think, in general, I'm much more concerned with the new transformations and transmutations of fascism today, which are not using the outer trappings of the 30s fascism or the 40s fascism, where it's much more difficult to identify it as fascism than these groups, which will continue to be marginal in the political scene in Nordic countries, I would guess. So the new versions of fascism, where you need to analyze more thoroughly the content, not the symbols and the outer trappings, are much dangerous. Like the identitarian movement, for instance, and so on. We are also, should be protected as indigenous people and so on, using completely different kind of phrasings, not using brown uniforms and riding boots, but the Armani suits. These fascists are much more dangerous. But I would also venture to say that this continuity in Sweden makes it possible for a party with a fascist or national socialist background to be the supporting party of the present government. It would be impossible in Norway and Denmark and Finland, because there was no reckoning and there are long traditions, continuities.
I might add a detail to that we actually have in Finland right now a registered party planning to participate in the upcoming parliamentary elections, who use as their party uniform the same colors than the Lapua movement did, and consciously represent themselves as the continuators of precisely that tradition, and who have been very keen also to rejuvenate sort of interwar white Finland festivals that are no longer observed, but these people have tried to lend them new credence by sort of observing these what should I call them, feast days, holidays.
Hold on. Mitt navn Åse Falk. My name is Åse Falk, and I wonder how numerous are in the Nordic countries. How numerous are all these people who are supporting this? Because when you see from the demonstrations, they often seem to be not so many, but they are maybe hidden around, or yeah.
The numbers, yeah. I think that, yeah. Well. There are two levels, I think, that the kind of people who would openly march under these kind of symbols are and have continued to be, their number has been continued to be very low. But then, as Terje just said, that you should be much more concerned of the parties who are not recognizable, but yet attached to that tradition. Parties like the Sverigedemokrater or the Finns party in Finland, who among their membership and among their mass support have a clearly discernible course of people who very consciously attach themselves to the history of the far right and traditional far right movements.
So how threatening do you see them today?
Come again, please.
How threatening do you see this? People attached to such movements today in the Nordic countries.
Well, I would say that these people in general, they would not be very much of a threat, but it is precisely their ability to attach themselves to parties that have genuine mass support and genuine possibilities to take up, for example, government responsibilities and become ruling parties in all of the Nordic countries. That's the real threat.
In addition to that, I would say that also many of these groups are not pursuing sort of ordinary political organizational agenda, but are more into what we call metapolitics, trying to influence the cultural scene, trying to influence intellectual debates and so on. So many are regarding the possibility of organizing proper parties, standing in elections or something, as not fruitful for them, but they try to influence sort of the cultural scene much more.
Just shortly continue with that, for example, even if they are taking part in elections, quite often the idea of taking part in election is not to actually win any seats in elections, but actually quite openly they say that this is part of their activism, this is continuation and broadening the activism base, this is gaining members and so on. This is not about actual election victories or support.
I noticed that we have the pleasure of having Roger Griffin from England back with us. Hello, Roger.
Hello, hi.
Did you have a comment to make?
Yeah, well, I think this is a fascinating area, and Terje and the other speakers have made many good points. Can I just point out from a sort of a pan-fascist perspective a couple of things. One, since 1945, the way society operates is extremely different from the interwar period, especially in terms of communication and digital communication and the enormous capacity of people now to communicate and get news outside the main media. And I would argue for the idea that there has grown up throughout the whole democratic world, literally the whole democratic world, a very dangerous cultural milieu, it's called technically, which is actually full of different groups and ideas and fantasies, etc. But the basic momentum of this cultural milieu is a reaction against the liberal element of liberal democracy. I think, especially if you grow up in Scandinavia, you tend to take for granted a natural compound of liberal ideas and democracy. But if you actually take a broad spectrum view, in country after country, you either get the deliberalization of politics from the top. So you get somebody like Orban being proud of the title illiberal democracy in a much more radical and totalitarian way. You can see Putin's reign not as pure fascist, but as a deliberalization of Russian society. He's retained parts of the democratic apparatus, but he's of course completely perverted it. And outside the political elite and political apparatus, you've got a vast number of people who form part of a virtual community of people who reject cosmopolitanism, cultural multiculturalism, globalization, Americanization, and a whole load of things. And when they express themselves, there is a sort of unbroken spectrum from the fascist right through into the populist right. And if I give you just one example, if you look at the AfD, the Alternative für Deutschland, what was very interesting was that a wing called the Höckerflügel, the Höcker wing of the AfD, was actually neo-Nazi and was fascist in orientation. And eventually it was recognized as fascist and actually dissolved, because Germany, as part of the legacy of Nazism, has got this very special committee that you don't have in Britain, for example, Verfassungsschutzamt, an actual office for the protection of the constitution, and they can actually ban groups if they are seen to be illegal. Now, the AfD itself is not illegal, even though it comes out with statements like Islam does not belong to Germany, etc. And even if it does posters which are deliberate echoes of Nazi propaganda, they are technically legal. So it's a really complicated relationship. There is a fascist and sort of conspiratorial far right at the right end spectrum of Trumpism, for example. And so actually we need a very sophisticated view of cultural forces which are partly influenced by the idea of cultural hegemony, what Alain de Benoit called right-wing Gramscism, and that has had a massive influence on Alexander Dugin's Eurasianism, which in turn had some influence on Putin. And so there's cultural deliberalization, cultural fascism, if you like. There's an identitarian movements, and then there's this spectrum of political positions, and then there's this countercultural area of lots and lots of people having weird anti-democratic fantasies of all sorts of different types, including things like QAnon, which is huge in America still. So it's very, very difficult to apply the sort of taxonomic intelligence that you apply to interwar Europe, to post-war Europe. All I could say, though, is that in individual instances, somebody like Breivik moves from chat rooms on the sort of radical right-wing populism level through to his own version of, I think, Nazism and neo-fascism, through to terrorism. So that there's a sort of sliding scale that people can move up and down quite easily. And of course, we've got the new factor of Islamophobia as well, which partly replaces and partly complements the anti-Semitism. So I'm just saying it's a really, really interesting area, continuity. It'll be different in each country, but it requires new skills, and it also requires different disciplines within the. So what I'm really suggesting is that fascist studies, the political and sociologists of modern far right need history, and the historians need to see where some of these tendencies were going, and that's why I'm arguing for a sort of not just an internationalization of fascist studies, but complementary interwar and post-war studies to get a grip on this and actually inform political debate and advise governments and Euro-wide organizations about the threat to democracy. Sorry, that was a very long monologue.
Thank you. Yes, I do believe that also we here in the Nordic countries have, at least during the last decade or so, lost much of the previous complacency we might have had, because we've seen the rise of similar parties and the repeat of a similar dynamism that you just described it to happen in our own countries. If I take my example from the Finns party in Finland, that it's had exactly the same kind of system where there is a mass party of loosely far-right and authoritarian convictions, and then there are these groups of genuine outspoken fascists or anti-vaxxers and who QAnon supporters who, in an ebb and flow, come to the party, leave again, and some of them stay, and they continue to influence the party line and rhetoric and ideology. It's just 2 days since one MP of the Finns party in national television spoke of the Great Replacement, and that's where it gets you. So. But I'm sure there are other comments.
Yeah, the microphone is on. This is more a question about the theological aspects of it. Do you think there has been some continuation or replacement of the theological thought processes behind fascist ideologies, I guess would be a more accurate way to describe it?
Well, this is a very interesting question, and my answer will be published in a year in almost 400 pages on the Swedish context. But to make it very short, I believe that fascism and, for instance, Christian theology do not necessarily contradict each other, but they can synthesize, depending on how the individual or the group in question consider the world and society around them. So if you believe that Jews are the roots of the evil of society, that also implies that Jews have perverted the Christian faith if you are of Christian faith, which means that the implication of it will be a de-Judaized Christianity. And in the case of Sweden, the National Socialist parties, all of them claim to be Christian in a sense, but they wanted a de-Judaized Christianity and a de-Judaized Church of Sweden that would set the cultural and religious foundations of the new Swedish National Socialist state. That was a very short answer. Yeah. If that answers your question, yeah.
Thank you. Did we have some other comments or questions there?
Right. Torbjörn Brandt. Hi. I was wondering, it was touched upon earlier by Robert Griffin, that we've seen a distinct influence of the internet on different fascist movements around the world. I was curious how that might have changed how Nordic fascist groups operate, or if you've seen much change in that regard.
Well, at least formal organization to some extent have lost importance. The role of the formal organizations may be perhaps collecting the ideology, providing platform and so on, but not perhaps forms of activism. People perhaps become more even selective or eclectic in how they form their own ideologies. It's not so much guided by the formal organizations.
I would just add that one aspect of also speaks to this, the continuity, and is that podcasting has become a big thing, and I think that's one of the areas where ideas, meta-political ideas, are promoted, and podcasting is a very different kind of medium than text-based, because you have it in like kind of in your everyday life and in your ears, so it gets kind of closer when people are talking about something. So that's one aspect that has not been so much researched yet, but I think that's one of the main vehicles for communicating these ideas and trying to rephrase fascism and rethink it, because it's not politically possible to be a fascist. Like you don't see as many Stalinists or something like that either. So they need to rephrase and have an anti-racist kind of fascism, and the podcasting medium is one of those vehicles for trying to figure out that through dialogues, and that's something that's happening between actors in the Nordic countries.
Did you want to comment, Roger?
Yeah, do you mind? I'd just like to make a point that I think there is people might disagree with this parallel, but I think there is a parallel between the way individuals looking for some sort of total worldview and sense of agency in their lives can get drawn into the far right via the internet, very differently from the interwar period. But I'd like to draw some parallels with the world of pornography, because in a way, the dangerous thing about the web is that it allows somebody to follow through their, if you like, their fantasy life to different degrees of hardness and violence. And I'm drawing a parallel there with porn, that there's so much out there. And if people just want to find some sort of new sense of national identity or racial identity, but not associated with memories of genocides or celebrations of acts of violence, they can, and they can stop there. But there is nothing to stop people with a deeper need for seeing externalized and ideologized violent fantasies to actually arrive at the equivalent of hard porn. We talk about the hard right, really hard, nasty fantasies. The same is true of the radicalization of Islamists. So there is this very big difference now in the process of radicalization than there was in the interwar period with joining a movement and going to talks and going to rallies, because all of this can be done in your head. But this leads to a great paradox about internet fascism, because I actually would argue that the vast amount of internet or fascism is virtual, just like most pornographic fantasy stays in people's heads, and that there is a very small number of people, I mean, it's still a terrible number of people who actually act out perverse sexual fantasies compared with the number of people who are virtually consuming them. And similarly, in the far right, there are lots of people who probably in their heads inhabit a far right universe, but without becoming terrorists. There's a very interesting mismatch between the number of people who are consuming extreme right-wing ideas and actually acting on them. So there's a strange paradox that, just like with porn, some people have argued that it lowers the amount of sexual violence, which is actually a very complicated picture. Similarly, there's an argument that the amount of the easy access to fascist fantasies actually has taken it has actually drained actual fascist movements of physical membership. And just to take one example of that, somebody tried to found a movement called Britain First in England, and it started off on the web. And at one point it had, like, I forget how many 100,000 likes. So they felt so empowered by the virtual response that they tried to actually hold a rally, and they got about 160 people. vastly outnumbered by the protesters and the police, and the whole thing collapsed. So I think we've got to be very careful about the sociology and the actual enacting of fascist fantasies from the internet. And I use this metaphor of the Rubicon. Very few, statistically, percentage-wise, mentally radicalized people actually cross the Rubicon into acts of violence. That's not meant to be a formula for complacency, but we've got to be careful not to confuse the virtual world with the world of actions and movements. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roger. I think that's a very salient point to draw a parallel from the Finnish case is that, of course, if somebody or somebody in Finland also tried to start a movement called Finland First, and they mostly had their activism in the social media, but they also they almost for a year held a permanent demonstration in central Helsinki, and they were allowed to stay there with their tents by the police. I observed them one snowy Saturday afternoon when they had staged a rally, and there were maybe 60 people marching sullenly, and that was the end of that. But they obviously were sort of invigorated by a similar idea that the deep masses of the people were actually behind them, and an illusion that was created by social media most of the time. Any other comments?
Well, thank you. I apologize for coming back, but it's just so fascinating that I have all these questions coming to my mind, as I'm sure do the others. So I'll be very brief. Now, we've talked about people that as you can tell, I'm partially educated in the United States, so I lost my Oxford accent many years ago. Anyway, you have these bunch of people that you in America would call oddballs. You know, people that are obviously strange to normal people like us. But then I have experience from what you could call the close circles of bureaucracy and political power. And what's really astonishing is that when you have a conversation with people in an informal setting and they let their guards down, suddenly they say something that is absolutely outrageous, you know? And you discover that below this or behind this facade of respectability, behind these nice shirts and ties, I apologize to you if I insult your, but behind this apparent seriousness, there is this strange substrata of weird thoughts. And I think that we need to be aware that also in respectable circles, you have these latency of extremism and aggression against groups. And I think that obviously, I mean, in the 1930s, you had these anti-Semitic undercurrents. Today, you obviously have these Islamophobic corresponding undercurrents in the society. And they suddenly pop up. And I just wanted to raise that as an issue because I think that you tend to concentrate on the wrong people sometimes. Thank you.
Yes, people tend to have very strange ideas. For instance, we should not underestimate, for instance, the vast number of people subscribing in various degrees to the QAnon conspiracy theories, for instance, shows us that these kind of weird fascist and conspiratorial ideas might have much more larger audience than we suspected. So the development under Trump in the state came as a surprise, even for people like me who have been warning against fascist and conspiracy theories for years, how this certainly at a given situation can explode, this undercurrent of weird conspiracy theories, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and so on.
I think I noticed early on when I started to follow different far right and racist groups in social media some years ago, actively, that the the language they used was very much of the language of traditional anti-Semitism, but now with Muslims and Islam as the target, and then there was really very little difference. But this is an observation anyone who's sort of taken a closer interest into what they actually speak and say has made.
My name is Inger Marie Schönberg, and I have a question to the panel. What are your thoughts about eco-fascism? If any.
What's new with eco-fascism? Nothing new with eco-fascism. It always has been a sort of a green current of the fascist ideas from the very beginning. So I was very surprised when I was at this conference organized by the PST, the secret police, and they were presenting the Nordic Resistance Movement, and they thought it was very funny that they were so ecological. Oh, this is nothing new. Of course it is logical. Clean air, clean water, clean earth, clean rays. It makes perfect sense. So this current has been there from the very beginning, and it's just a new transmutation of the same ideas that, for instance, the Nordic Resistance Movement are now propagating.
Yeah, no, Terry just explained it, but yeah, I mean, it's been, at least in Sweden, there has been. Of course, currents of eco-fascism and in the Extinction Rebellion, for instance, movement. There's been media about that, but I mean, there is also in the animal rights movements a large faction that are fascists and have this long tradition of caring for other animals while at the same time excluding other humans. So there are these interesting links that needs to be untangled.
Then we had a comment from Roger.
Yeah, can I just add that from a strictly ecological point of view, it is impossible to be an ecologist and a fascist, because ecology in its deep sense, thanks to Brundtland and whatever, it's a planet-centered, ecological, bionome, biosphere-centered ideology, and that is not compatible with a racial distinction between different, which is all based on myth of race in the first place. Once you start making distinctions between different races in terms of superiority or their need to be protected, and that what we're dealing with in things like Blut und Boden, and there was a strand in Italian fascism which produced a film called La Madre Terra, the Mother Earth, etc. This is really an appropriation of ecological themes, but it is to be separated from scientific ecologism. That's all the point I'd make. Just as so-called clerical fascism is an appropriation of Christianity. You can't really be a Christian and a fascist, but a fascist can somehow fold into his or her nationalism and racism ideas about the purity of their national religion. I mean, the fact that the Russian Orthodox Church is supporting Putin doesn't say anything about the compatibility between Putinism and Christian orthodoxy, but it does point to the corruptibility of issues of faith. And I see eco-fascism as a corruption of genuine ecological thinking, and which misses the whole point about the human interdependency with the biosphere. I mean, really, it's a form of, if you like, it's a sort of semi-pseudo-scientific idea of Heimat and homeland and purity, and it's anti-urban and it's anti-pollution, and very soon you push on it and it's anti-cosmopolitan, it's anti-globalization, and these are human concerns which have been taken and put into an ecological context. So I know eco-fascism is written about, it exists, but I think we have to be a bit purist before we actually see it as a genuine form of ecologism. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a small point, but it looks like, at least in Finland, there are a group of people who have actually arrived to the fascist ideas first by reading Pentti Linkola and some kind of other deep ecologists, so it kind of precedes the fascist ideas. They kind of, what they think is very deep commitment to the environmental issues and so on.
Yeah, they tend to be interested in Linkola and Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber. Yeah. Yeah. Any other comments or questions? If I don't see any, this might be the time to conclude the seminar. Thank Roger for being with us. Maybe with a round of applause. And thank you, all of you who had the tenacity to sit with us until late afternoon. You are now hereby released. Thank you.